Yeah, ghetto cafe in the building, steam rising from the stove. We switching lanes, they don't want it, they just pose for the smoke. If it's about that coffee, we got the roast and the toast. Shots fired from the French press, let it drip slow and boast. Mornings on the west, sun low, but the grind stay woke. Ghetto cafe, steam in the breeze, cruising through dreams with a mug and some peace. No drama, just cream, we deliver with ease. On the coast where the light never leaves. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios, starting the show. Sip real smooth, let the wisdom flow. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios, starting the show. Sip real smooth, let the wisdom flow. No drama, just cream, we deliver with ease. On the coast where the light never leaves. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios, starting the show. Sip real smooth, let the wisdom flow. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios, starting the show. Sip real smooth, let the wisdom flow. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios, starting the show. Sip real smooth, let the wisdom flow.
What's up, everybody? What's going down? This is the AM Wake Up Show, Coffee with Rios, the #1 morning show in the whole wide world. Craig, let's go. We up in here, man. How's everybody doing? It is Tuesday morning. Missed Monday, but we back on a Tuesday. Back up in here, man. Hopefully everybody is doing good. You know, everything is good over here. All good in the hood. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. Blessings to everybody out there. What can we say? We woke up another day, another opportunity to be a blessing for somebody else out there, man. Let me know how I sound. Let me know how the audio is. Let me know the visuals. You know, T.O. Rios, Uncle Rios out here still a little slow. We got Syndicate coming today. If you guys aren't aware, if you guys do not know, we have a podcast called The Syndicate with my brothers Manny and Fred. And we will be here today going live and pre-recording at the same time. We're doing something new. But shout out to everybody out there, man. How's everybody feeling? Sleepy sleep. Thank you for the comment in the chat. We are here in the Ghetto Cafe, and we're going to be talking about some cool stuff, some relevant stuff. We're talking about Deshae Frost getting canceled. Eric SwalWell, running for governor in California, is no longer running for governor in California because he has accusations and allegations on his. So funny how some people get these accusations and allegations and they get canceled or they got to shut down. But then other people with a little bit more power, they still pushing wars, changing laws. But you got way more allegations. You got payoffs. You got felonies. You got all this stuff. What's the deal? What's the big old deal, cuz? What's cracking? We can see what's going on. But I will want to get your guys' opinion on the Deshae Frost thing. I would want to get y'all opinion on the SwalWell, Eric SwalWell thing. I do want y'all opinion on Jesus Trump. Trump Jesus. I never thought I would see Daddy Trump that y'all call Daddy. Everybody just let him do whatever he want. Came out as Jesus touching somebody's forehead. People said it's too much. Oh, now, all of a sudden, it's too much. Now it's too much. Okay, copy that. Nebraska's on fire. Warehouse is burning. Do y'all know about that? Do y'all know about the ticks? The Lyme disease thing going on? Do we know, are we aware of farmers complaining about these ticks carrying Lyme disease? Do we know about Monsanto getting the deal, making white phosphorus and all? It's a whole bunch going on, man. It's a whole lot going on in this world that they're not talking about. Do y'all know about the God Squad? Do you know about Trump's God Squad? Hey, man, shout out to us, man. Broke my cup that I built. I made this cup. Broke it. Don't say shit, dog face. Don't say nothing. I broke this cup that I made in Puerto Rico. I don't want to hear shit from nobody about this, not me not making this. What up, Sunshine? What up, Dogface? Ivani Bunny in the building. What's happening? We got a whole bunch of stuff going on. We got a whole disagreement. We got Afro Man, Lefty Gunplay, is it saying the N-word? This shit is never going away. It's just never going away. We may have our opinions, we may have our thoughts, but it is here to stay. All this back and forth bickering, back and forth is here to stay. What is the conclusion? We got Afro Latinas and we got Black African Americans, Black Americans, Afro Latinas, Latinos. Oh, you're not this, you're not that. You can't say this, you can't say this. Man, everywhere we look is something we can't do. Or you can't do this, you can't do this. I feel like we as a culture, as a people, Black and brown, we're the most handcuffed, not able to make a move without having to second guess everything we do because somebody's going to say something here, somebody's going to say something here. How about we build, cuz? How about we build? Hey, let me know how I sound, man. Let me, Dogface, Cali Bags, what's up? What's going on? Vic Damone, how does I'm using the Rode mic instead of the Shure. I think to me it sounds better with the Rode, but you guys let me know. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late today. I was trying to go live and it kept trying to make me dual stream to like both outputs, to the vertical and horizontal, but we here. Got it figured out a little bit late. Sorry, we do have Syndicate today. For those of you who don't know, Syndicate is today. Good morning, Mel Strains. I see you up in here. I see everybody up in here. How are you doing? How's the Ghetto Cafe, man? Y'all staying prayed up? First and foremost, I hope y'all staying prayed up, putting God first, being a blessing to somebody else out there. We got a lot going on in the world, a lot of things to think about, but a lot of things to think about, nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Just a lot of shit to think about, a lot of shit to talk about. We can communicate and we can share each other's thoughts, perspectives, opinions, and we're not judging, we're not hating, we're not being mean, none of that shit out here. But let's go. Wave check. Hey, I'm telling you, in about 2 weeks, Rios is gonna have waves. 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks. I'm be dipping. But I get my hair cut, let my hair grow out. I'm gonna have a cold haircut. I'm just reserving, man. I'm on reserve right now. Yeah, man. I mean business today, man. I mean business. What's up, though, man? Deshae Frost. Let's get to Deshae Frost. Let's talk about it. Thank you, Mel Strange, for being a member. Thank you very much. We're probably going to go live, Syndicate, for the members. We're going to have something there, and then we're going to have a pre-record. But let's get to Deshae Frost, y'all. Man, I'm telling you, I could get waves. Yes, I can. I could get waves, dude. I've had them before. They're not little waves. They just big ass tidal waves. But has Deshae Frost been a freaking weirdo? And you know who brought it to my attention that Deshae Frost was a weirdo? Macwap. Shout out to the Apollo. Macwap brought it to my attention. Like he said something about this kid and this and that. And to me, like the behavior of what people portray on the camera and on the microphone, super disrespectful, super young, just wild and this and that. But then when the apology comes, now you're super sophisticated, super reserved and this and that. Oh, I would never do that. And I would do, but what you project and what you act like is a damn fool. A damn fool. You act like a weirdo. He went up to a girl in like some grocery store or whatever. She was with her mom and he went up to her and was like, I'm trying to F-U-C-K. I'm trying to get on that. And she was like, what? Like, hold on, I'm here with my mom. Like just the disrespect and the way that he moves versus his apology and how he's trying to present. It just rubs me the wrong way. Like, why do y'all act to y'all lowest? Why do y'all act ignorant? Why do you be out here wilding out, acting the ignorant as the most ignorant as you can? And that's not even you, but you're leading other people to behave the same way. He's one of those where your drink at type of, what was that? Where you throw your drink? What are you talking about, Ohio ties? Where you throw, he's the type of person to get his drink thrown at him? Is that what you're trying to say? But, that's what I want to say before I forget what I was saying about the God Squad. The God Squad, Trump's God Squad is deeming these whales that are endangered. He's going to force them to go extinct because they're getting in the way of him drilling for oil in the Gulf. So it's like 100 of these whales. They're gonna kill these whales so he can keep drilling. We'll get into that. The God Squad. Did y'all ever know that there's a thing called the God Squad where they choose to let something go extinct? Like we're going to force it to go extinct because it's interfering with what we want or what we got going on. Did y'all know that? I bet you didn't. I bet y'all didn't. Oh, he's the guy making sure girls are always drinking. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They have monetized, but this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about when I said ignorance and racism has become a financial stream, a revenue stream. To be racist, to be ignorant, to be hateful, it's all become monetary gain, financial gain. The dude clavicular or whatever, he's going out with some dude walking around trying to steal people's girls right in front of them. Hey, man, shout out to you. Knock that 10 miles out, man. Knock your 10 miles out. Oh, I'm switching subjects too much. I'm going to stay where I'm at. Let's go to Deshae Frost. Let's go there. I'm going to pull up some stuff about this dude. Pull up some stuff on this guy. It's kind of disgusting to me. And the latest, he slapped a girl on the boat, and that's what they canceling for him. That's what they canceling him for. So let me show you what they canceling him for. Which I think he should have been canceled. We put up with too much bullshit anyway. And so apparently his videographer quit because of this, and this was never put out. The footage was never put out, but this is why he quit. Here we go.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Go! Oh shit! Go! Nah, hell no.
The reason he quit directing a 10-episode season.
Too much. Oh shit! Oh shit! Go! Oh.
And it was like a little push mush. It was like a push mush kind of thing. But you still put your hands on a female, you know what I mean? She might have been getting up to hit him or whatever. I don't know. But they were having a back and forth. They were having a disrespectful conversation. And I will say this. Women need to keep yourself in a safe position. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's not worth it most of the time it's not worth it to challenge a man and to tear down a man or attack a man's ego, because most of these men are fragile. Most of these men, their pride, their ego, they are fragile. They're more feminine than you. So when you get them triggered and you get them acting up, they just having they female tendencies. They look at you as a threat because they feel like they a woman. A lot of these men act like women. And that's why they put their hands on females. Because she went on a boat trip. She went on a boat trip with him, and he was wanting sex, and she wasn't wanting to give him sex. Then why are you going on a boat with a predator where you know somebody is trying to smash? Somebody's trying to smash. That's the only reason you're there, is because you on the show and he wants this. But you got this for clout. You're out here, young lady, for attention and clout. And he's giving it to you. This is a while ago. And now you're getting all the attention. Now you're getting the clout from it. But where was the energy for him prior to right now? Keep your hands to yourself. But women, stop putting yourself in these positions for these fools who lack character to be in a position of leverage over you. This fool, you letting this dude put you out here and get on this boat to act a fool. What you think he's gonna do? Then he said that, how you mad at me? Are you getting mad at me? How y'all trying to cancel me when she gave me some oral after this?
Me and get on my nerves and do all these things. So when we're on the boat and she got up, I thought she was good enough to hit me again, and I just mushed her. My main thing is I was never trying to hurt her. I never like slapped her, but from that angle, it looks really bad. It looks really bad. But I mushed her.
Motherfucker sound like Drake. I mushed her. No, you put your hands on her. Just say you put your hands on her.
Because I was not going to be hit. I was not going to go in that, and I just walked away. But with that situation, I seen things she was doing. She was saying, talking about, yeah, when the and all these different things. And it's like, bro, after that, I apologized. We was kissing.
Ohio Ty says she did try to expose him 3 years ago, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen.
We was kissing, and I'm gonna put clips in here too. But we was kissing, and you're saying you didn't let me, you didn't want me to. We didn't. But after you literally gave me some, and I don't not to put your business out there, but you gave me some. She definitely was trying to irritate.
Not to put your business out there, but you gave me some head. Not to put your business out there, but you gave me head. You put her business out there. But I guess you have to kind of clear yourself of whatever is being said. But your history and your timeline don't match up. Like you act like somebody.
Where you had to get your sister to rumble me, for real. For real.
Oh shit, she said you're gonna have to get your sister to rumble, for real. I didn't even know his sister was even a part of anything. You know, I'm not in the loop really.
For real. Get your sister. You shut the up.
Get your sister. Oh, it's on and popping, for sure. I'm not gonna get my sister, but I'm about to get somebody for you, for sure.
You shut the up. What's wrong with you?
Oh man. Let me just play it through. Play it through.
Lost his mind. Don't throw it. I don't give a nigga, I'm long hair, I'm not your sister. What you talking about?
Alright, bet that. Alright, bet that. I swear to God. No, I swear to God. What I'm
like, don't even take it that far. Don't even take it that far on camera. Do not take it up. Where you had to get your sister.
Who are these cats that be arguing with women? Who are these cats that just be arguing? The arguing cats, the arguing people, the cats that's online arguing with everybody. How do you be getting into arguments? Like grown men arguing. Like I understand discourse and a difference of opinion and going back and forth, but arguing and yelling and fuck you, like maybe he's not a grown man, maybe he's young or whatever, but he should be a grown man. I don't understand this new behavior, and I'm acting as if I have a standard for them, but people have shown that they are not proper. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, fuck you, going back and forth. Damn.
For real.
I will smack the F out of you. Nigga. Let me stop saying. I'm trying to get better with my cursing also, y'all. I've been cursing, I've been saying. I'm trying to not do that. But I will smack the F out of you. And that's enough for me. And then you did. You smacked, or you say you smushed the F out of you. You said, I will smack the F out of you. Because she's challenging your little small ass. She definitely looked like she hit him first, and I don't even condone this behavior, but looks like he was defending himself. Another pick me, never hit him. Why is she bringing up his sister though? Like what? Because he hit me, so get your sister. Simple. Like, yeah, she can't beat him up. Like both of them are marginal. First off, like let's understand, people are marginal. Behaviors are marginal. I saw her speaking and like, what the fuck? You talking like you tribal or something? Another, don't talk about someone's sister then. He hit me first. Like, what does talking about somebody's sister got to do with anything? Yeah, there's more to the story of video, but as someone who just learned what it's like to fight a boxer, it hurts seeing the head trauma he could have. Come on, man. Like, people are stupid. Talking Swahili or something. I don't even know the girl's name, but I saw a video of her talking, and it's just like, oh my God. Like, and I'm not trying to judge nobody.
What you talking about? Like, a lot of the girls that was on the show with me, they had sex with Deshae. I never had sex with him. He wanted to have sex with me. I didn't want to have sex with him. So the night before, y'all, I came up. The night before the video that's going viral right now, I came up with a plan. You want to get in? I came up with a plan that on the boat, the day that we went on the boat, that I was going to, I came up with a plan that, because he told me the night before, like, when we get on the boat, I'm going to call you downstairs to the boat. I'm going to tell all the girls to go upstairs, and I want to have sex with you. I'm not paying that no mind. So when he tells me that, I come up with a plan, and I tell the other girls, I'm like, tomorrow he going to try to have sex with me. I'm going to need y'all to, like, keep me with y'all and be like, no, she's not going downstairs.
My sister, my sister, my sister. Stop putting yourself in these dumbass situations, but I got to stop having expectations for these people to meet a standard that they can't meet or have never shown that they can meet this standard. Somebody tells you they want to smash. Your plan is to still go, but tell the other girls, protect me from him because he's trying to do this, but I'm still going to be around him in a thong. Because it's the thirst, y'all. It's the thirst. It ain't just guys in the streets that's thirsty for clout and this and that. All these women just out here shaking their ass, doing whatever for clout. Is getting them in bad situations. It's making people look bad. It's making whole cultures look bad, right? But you can't generalize a whole culture based off what you see from a few. But this shit is the most ignorant shit out there. Like these reality shows, the Zeus Network, Zeus TV, these reality TV shows, the Deshae Frost, when he was doing like the Asian accent, he like was doing some shit where he did an Asian accent. The shit's not even funny. Like these cats ain't even funny. Like they little off-brands of Kai Cenat. Like they off-brands of Kai Cenat, but these motherfuckers is raising a culture of kids. Because it's kids watching these people. Girls watching this girl. Hearing her say, well, he said he wanted to smash, but then you say you gave him head and this and that. Like, oh man, how do we get rid of these people? Basically, how the hell do we get rid of these people, man? How do we get rid of them? How do we get rid of them? No one said what another race thinks. We said what society thinks. What society thinks, not what another race thinks, what the world thinks. You don't even got to break it down to race. Oh, you talking about TD Bean said every other race. I got you. All people are looking like woo-wee. But it's entertainment. Black expert, is this? It's the new black exploitation. It's the new black exploitation. That's what it is. It's black exploitation. I just saw Miss Natural, who was on Ace Boys one time. I think she's on a reality show. And she just got into a fight. She just beat up some girl. Like, how do these people get on these shows? How are they not going to jail? How do you get to physically assault somebody? You must be signing some shit. Or clearly this shit is fake. Clearly this shit is fake because they have no resolve or no communication skills to solve any of these problems. And the problems that they have is some stupid ass shit. Miss Natural, she was on Ace Boys one time. She has short hair, light skin. She was on Ace Boys. She's on a reality show with that Puerto Rican girl, where they do like the strippers or whatever. They go like all the shows is just like sex, fighting, this and that. It's black exploitation. That's what it is. But just like I said with the Flacco thing, and then we got Flacco. We got Flacco. The black exploitation, man, of these marginal people getting on online or are streaming, but they have some leverage because they have people watching. They have people watching. They have people paying. They have the money revenue. So they have leverage and they get to make decisions. And people are like, oh, fuck, whatever we're looking at, I don't give a damn. As long as it's making money, we exploiting us. Yes, our own people, we exploiting us. But we don't own, we don't own syndication. We don't own cable TV. We don't own satellites. We don't own networks. Like, I wonder if this was the behavior of something else, somebody else, something else. If this was the behavior of something else or somebody else, a group of other people, would this be what would be accepted? But we do. We accept it. We accept Jabba the Hutt. Accept Jabba the Hutt. Sit down with him, sit with Jabba the Hutt. Now he's got allegations. I'm telling you, everybody's got allegations and accusations. They all got allegations and accusations. This nigga talking about she was 18. I don't even know how old Jabba the Hutt is. I don't know how old he is. I don't know how old he was when that happened. Or whatever, she was a toot or whatnot. We done switched from Deshae Frost to this cat who's tearing down everything he could tear down about Munchie B or hood politics or this one put murders on people. But Jabba the Hutt now is suing, say he's going to put a lawsuit out on Munchie B because slander of character, right? Like saying, oh, you said that I met that girl before she was 18, but how old were you? Why are you sleeping with an 18-year-old anyway? No wonder you like Drake. No wonder you support Drake and you was on the opposite side of Kendrick. No wonder you was going balls to the wall for Drake, because I told y'all, these losers that ain't got no motion, that have no action outside of what they're doing on the internet, they look up to Drake because they relate to him. Drake was a square who got cool. They all square weirdo cats that want to become cool. Drake became cool. Drake started getting the girls. Drake is over here. Drake is doing what he wants to do. They saw him. You could go through all cultures related to him and said, oh shit, if he can do it, I can do it. If he can do it, I can do it. Oh shoot, I'm gonna live through him. They didn't like that PDF shit that they was dropping on Cuz. They didn't like that they was dropping PDF stuff on his homeboys. Jabba the Hutt. I don't know the truth behind it, but he said he admitted to let me see if I can find some shit about that, because that's actually relevant to what we're talking about right now. Jabba the Hutt had to explain himself onto what the situation was, and he didn't deny that he was with the girl. Like, nigga, you 27. We all know cousin he ain't cracking like that, or wasn't cracking like that, and still ain't cracking like that. So whatever's coming across the plate, he gonna eat that shit. Cause we all know he gonna finish the plate. I think I saw it on, was it Yazzer? Was it Yazzer's? I think it was Yazzer's. He gonna finish the plate. Uh-oh. You 27. What you doing with an 18-year-old? That's already revealing. That's already a revealing factor. Why you messing with a two anyway? Anybody that you got to look at well, I guess nowadays you need to look at every ID. I guess we should address it because he addressed everything that's going on with everybody else.
Of when I DM this chick, I got the receipts of everything, her ID, her background, criminal record, her everything. So if I already have the solid proof of I've never dealt with this chick as a minor. I've always dealt with this chick when she was an adult. And she never been to no jumper. That was a lie. I got you intentionally lying.
No wonder they be like, oh, it's not that bad. It wasn't that bad. She was 18. When they talk about Drake and these other people that they like, oh, it wasn't that bad. These sympathizers, they always going after hood niggas, gangsters, and hood shit. Why you ain't going after your weirdo counterparts that show weird behavior, this like PDF behavior, this perverted behavior? Why you don't go after that shit? Why you don't attack that in the community? That's really some shit you should attack. Yeah, but it's not convenient.
At every corner, nigga, you is done. This is the most clear-cut case of defamation I ever seen. And guess what? It's still not gonna stop me from continuing to talk about this and expose you, man. So, hey, bro, good luck. You feel me? I hope the 20,000 views was worth it. You done fucked up badly.
Well, what you just admitted to was knowing the girl, her
Sure.
actually
Right, T-Rail's on it. You just right now admitted to actually, you didn't deny anything.
you the girl knows where you work at, so you're definitely gonna have to prove that she definitely wasn't up there. And we need to know her age. And you're admitting to having sexual relations with this young lady. So it is not like he's lying here. So I don't know I mean, you could get him on the revenge porn thing showing you naked, but
No. And he said,
I don't know where else he could be lying here except you brought her to no jumper. Maybe his dates can probably be incorrect and not
he
factual,
said,
but it's still
he
factual
said that
to a
I
certain
fucked a minor,
extent.
T-Rail. No, listen, bro. And he said I fucked a minor. That's illegal. Again, though.
Did you?
And he intentionally lied about the timeline to like get the minor narrative off, right? Because he knows I didn't know.
It sounds kind of like getting a taste of his own medicine. You know what I mean? Like getting a taste of Munchie B played a card. Munchie B played a cold card. If it's who he says is that did what he did, that was a cold card to play. You pulling everybody else's cards and you trying to put jackets on everybody and you trying to fuck with everybody's life. Let me go ahead and throw this out there on you. Like this is what's happening behind scenes with you. And you can't be mad because this is the dirty game that you playing. You throw dirt, you sling mud, somebody gonna throw mud back at you. You in a mud fight.
Oh, this chick in 2024. She was never at no jumper, but he lied and said that she was at no jumper, so he could say that I fucked her when she was like underage, when that was not true. I met this chick where she had, I guess, like a Fansly account, and you got to be 18 to be in.
Right, JB. Paying for somebody who's 18 years old don't make it any better, really. Like, you still are a filthy person. You still filthy to me. Like, you still dirty.
For me, and like on Fansly, I sent a DM May 21st of 2025. So, again, right? Of course, I noticed, but that's not what we're arguing. Is you said I fucked a minor and you said I did some pedophile. But you intentionally lied about the timeline to get off the pedophile narrative. You're going to have to prove that.
But can you prove that she's not a minor?
Damn, good shit, T-Real.
I got her ID, her name, her background check. Listen, bro. Finn, listen, bro. Her name and date of birth.
I'm trying to figure out if her name.
Yeah, he on the fence here. He seemed like he desperate. Somebody got him going now.
Name or date of birth.
Now it's taste your own medicine.
That's really what you got, because you know you can still lie about that and get a fake ID, Flacco.
No. Look at this, bro. Her name and date of birth is on her arrest record. Her name is, bro. Again, bro. If you type in her name, her like fucking arrest record shows.
This shit is ridiculous.
Date of birth. Her date of birth. She was an adult when I met her. Right.
She was 18. She was 18.
He lied.
She was 18. You paid for 18. That's still weirdo shit, fool. Like, and this is the thing about the visitors. He's a civilian, yes. He's a civilian. He ain't our civilian. He don't know what our life is like. He don't know what it's like to grow up as us. He's an outsider that's coming in that's not even accepted amongst civilians. Like this dude don't know, like even just the fact that you're dealing with that, it still look nasty on you. You still look weird.
Lied about
But
it,
this is the shit that
right?
comes back when you're doing
He
stupid shit.
intentionally lied about me, I guess, meeting her when I interviewed like K7. Again, he's very specific. He says she came with K7 to the interview in January of 2024. That was just a flat out lie. But he lied about that intentionally because he wanted to place her like with me
Don't matter.
in January of 2024. This was premeditated. And this was a lie that was premeditated. And right? And like I'm saying, listen, you can't just lie about like that. Right?
Flacco is proof that anything is possible.
And you know you're lying too, right? Again, if he made a mistake about the timeline, but when you intentionally say I met this chick January of 2024 when I interviewed K7 and she was
I'm done. Because think about this, you guys. Is this the first thing that's been like the first little accusation that's been on him? I'm not sure. I don't know. But birds of a feather flock together, right? There's accusations on a lot of people he be around. The niggas that he look up to have weirdo activity, have allegations, have accusations. You hang around allegation crew. And I'm not even just talking about PDF shit. I'm talking about snitches. I'm talking about niggas that go against the code, go against the standard, do shit that they say they wouldn't do on camera, but doing it behind the scenes. This is the allegation crew. This is the crew of people with low standards, no morals, and a lot of them lack self-esteem. Look at the people he's around. He's no longer I think he's no longer at No Jumper, but I think he was looking up to Act. He was looking up to Adam. He was trying to be like these salacious characters. And now you have the energy and the people coming after you. When you sling dirt, you're going to get hit with some mud. You threw so many accusations in this last little rant or run on this shit that you got maybe 1 million views. Maybe 1 million views on some shit that you don't know for sure. Some shit that's a lot of assumptions. He makes a lot of assumptions about people. Well, this is what he would be thinking. How do you know what somebody's thinking? Well, he's got to be thinking this. You don't know what anybody's got to be thinking. You are not a journalist. You are not a lawyer. You are not. This is what happens though. When you play in the dirt, play in the mud, you get dirty. Now they coming after you. But I'm pretty sure there's more stuff behind the scenes or whatever is going on, but he probably can't go back to No Jumper with the shit that he's doing right now. I'm pretty sure he's not back in No Jumper. I'm pretty sure he's not going live in person with T-Rail and Jack. Shout out Jack, man. I just realized that Jack is a part of the podcast. Shout out to him. Dude is not a bad journalist. No, he's not okay, let me put it like this. A journalist, right? He's a journalist. He's writing, he's out there, he's reporting on stuff. He's collecting information off the internet, cross-referencing stuff, and then just doing talking head videos, right? Reaction. And he's good at the delivery of the talking head videos and the material that he's talking about. But to me, you can't make assumptions. I don't feel like he's bound to journalism standards. They're saying that they're journalists, but I don't think you're bound to a journalist or journalism standard. You can't just say anything. You can't just write anything without there being repercussions. As a journalist, you'll be fired. As a journalist, where did you get that? Where does that information come from? Who is your person that you got the information from? Is it a solid reference? Like that's not journal. Like he's not being cross-referenced. He's not being held to a standard. No one's saying, oh, retract this and this and that. Oh, you know what? Your history of the fuck ups is too much. You're out of here. He's on his own platform, successful network. But journalism, just reporting on shit that you hear from Shade Room, whatever political pages that you on, whatever celebrity pages, TMZ, Jason Lee, this and that. Come on. But no matter what, if you can figure out the algorithm, if you can figure out what moves the needle, how to push the needle, this murder accusation shit pushes the needle. We know that. If right now, if I start going in on, let's say if I just started disrespecting anybody. Yeah, I just started disrespecting Adam 22, or if I started like going in on Terrell, or just out of nowhere, just started like some crazy rant and just cursing and calling out fades or whatever, my views would go all the way up. I noticed that shit. And it was crazy how the algorithm works during a live. Say at the Ace Boys, we're at the Ace Boys, and it's say 2,000 people watching, or 1,400 people watching. As soon as, let's say, Pun and Trey, or Pun and Manny start talking about some hoorah shit, or are going in, the numbers, it's not even a pre-recorded thing where it's like a hashtag made people come watch it. You'll see the numbers jump like 500 people. Like, wait, how the fuck did they get, oh shit, they're sending this video, now that it's ramping up and heating up, they're sending this video out. Sending this video out to more people, because as soon as you stop talking about the heat and some like hot shit or popping shit, the numbers go down immediately. But the algorithm pays off for if you're doing stupid shit. It pays off if you're doing stupid shit. It just pushes it out. And I noticed that shit. I was like, damn, holy shit. Look at the numbers jump. Nigga, we only been talking about this shit for 1 minute. Ain't nobody getting notices or alerts like, oh shoot, Rios is talking about this, or Fred is talking about this, or Pun is talking about this. That they just all of a sudden they get notices. No, it's getting pushed out when it gets hot. Whatever is being talked about, words in that algorithm, they start pushing that shit. It's crazy. That shit will go up out of nowhere. And I started thinking like, nigga, this is live. How the fuck is this shit going up? Or how are people getting noticed? Because they favor that energy and they start pushing that shit out. Immediately. One day I'm going to do a test and I'm going to just fake go off on somebody. I'm going to call them before like, hey man, this is just, I just want to show the world that how this shit works. And I'm serious, it does that. It really, really does that. But we got these characters that have these accusations and allegations. We just need to just leave them alone, push them to the side. They're going to have their support no matter what, because YouTube is going to reward ignorant behavior. But we need to push them to the side. Damn, there's another one. This nigga said, I love Denzel. Oh, shit. But it should, like, look, Ack had that shit with the little boy on the gaming system. Yeah, you're done. But they're not done. We do a lot of lip service. Like, that's going to sound pause. People out there do a lot of lip service. They go online, get on the microphone and say, this is what we should do. And why are we doing this when this is what we got to do? Go do it. Let me see that action. Let me see the tangible action behind what you say that you're calling everybody out for. Don't compromise. Don't compromise and then make an excuse for this and an excuse for a view. Come on. Rock and roll, W Stet. I don't know what happened. I might be saying W for the wrong reason, but you know, Yeah, I'm happy niggas is winning. Scotty and instead they got a show. Not sure exactly what it's called, but shout out them. Shout out. What did you say? Taser gang? Shout out Taser gang. Wait, somebody said, can it be? Wait. Can it be Stet? He's the only dumb enough to go back and forth knowing you're not serious. I'm not even sure what you're talking about, Ohio. I'm lost. Oh, can it be Stet? Like if I like make up an argument. No, I don't want to mess with Stet like that. I don't want to trigger nothing like that. But let's just have a standard. Nope, don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. I don't mess with you. Your history shows that you lack character. We got this the dude that was running for governor, Eric SwalWell. This motherfucker just dropped out of the race because he's got these accusations on him of women saying that he took advantage of them when they were drunk and they weren't in their right mind to give consent. Our president has payoffs to women saying the same thing. They have payoffs to women saying the same thing. 37 felonies. You're in these files. You're this and that. But this Democrat over here got some shit. He's stepping down. But all of y'all got some fucked up shit, but y'all not stepping down. Y'all committing wars, bombing motherfuckers, doing all kinds of shit. It is a difference of money. It's a difference of acceptance. It's a difference of cult-like activity. And the other thing that you guys need to pay attention to, look at the people who ain't talking about this horrendous shit that's going on in the world. Like I try to stay out of a lot of like the shit, but I can't. Like I cannot stay out of what's happening in the world and like what's Israel and Iran, Israel and Gaza, the Zionists and all that stuff. Like I can't stay out of that shit. I cannot point out what's real and what's happening. And that shit affects my bottom dollar. It does. Talking about that real shit, talking about the shit that's happening, that shit affects my bottom dollar, but I cannot not talk about it. I can't choose to turn the blind eye and selectively only talk about some bullshit or whatever. No, I got to talk about this shit. We got to talk about motherfuckers that's affecting everything. Yeah, I'm mad that, what do you mean they ain't talking about on the congregation? Hey, I do want to hear what everybody has to say. I do. I want to know where you stand. I want to know if it means enough to you. Does these children dying mean enough to you? Does this ugly behavior mean enough to you? Like we'll reserve energy for some hood shit, or for Flacco, or for Deshae Frost. But this motherfucker's going and doing the most ugliest shit in the world, and we just sitting with it. We just sitting fine with it. Nigga, it's the dope game, really. If you think about it, this oil shit is the dope game. Iran said, you know what? We shutting down the dope game. Only people that I want to supply can come through, get the dope. That your enemies can come and get the dope. Trump said, nah, man, these cats is collecting too much money off of this Strait of Hormuz. They collecting dough. We need to put something together where we collect a percentage of what they collecting on there. Let's write up some shit. Hey, we want to be in on that. When they said, no, you can't get in on that, he said, nah, I'm gonna have to drop a dime on them cats. I don't get none of that. Oh, now they're bullies. Now they're bullies shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Now you want to put a blockade to stop their allies or people that are against you from getting oil. You just as bad. Nah, I'm shutting down traffic. I'm shutting down those streets. Can't go get the dope. You're going to have to come get the dope from me. Now, supposedly 121 tankers is coming to the U.S. to come get oil. Crude oil, probably. Right? It's like, just think about it. If you guys is from the streets, if you know what I'm saying. Niggas is purposely bringing the prices up on the dope. When the last time you smoked crack? Okay, look at this. Don't know who said that, King Slayer. But what if somebody said, I'm not going to say his name because he didn't say that. But what if somebody said Israel got the right to exist and Iran is a threat to their sovereignty? Everybody has a right to exist. You don't have the right to impose your shit on me is the problem. You don't have the right to impose your will on me. You don't have the right to be a settler and go and take this shit. You know, the settlers are right. The settlers that are going and taking Palestinian property, they're right on the list with PDFs for me. The settlers. Those settlers, those mountain boys, they got mountain boy settlers that are out there in the mountains that are going and beating people and taking their property because they know that if the Palestinians fight against them, the IDF is going to come and help them. And then when they do get the property, they call the IDF and say, hey, these Palestinians are messing with us. And the IDF is not going to go against the Israeli settlers. Everybody has a right to exist. Were you born? Yeah, you got a right to exist, but you don't have a right to try to control how we act or how we move or what we do. You may not agree with how we move or how we act, but that doesn't mean you get to impose on me. You got nuclear weapons that you ain't supposed to have, but you're trying to keep other people from getting nuclear weapons. You're trying to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. If Iran had nuclear weapons, this whole shit would not be happening. And that's exactly why they want to stop them from getting, it's not to stop them from getting nuclear weapons to stop them from bombing people. Once you have nuclear weapons, it stops us from imposing our will on you. It stops Israel and America from imposing their will on you because you have a threat and leverage like, nah, I got what you got. You can't tell me what to do. Just look at what happened in Libya when we talked about Gaddafi. They told him to put down his nuclear uranium enrichment programs, and look at what they did to him. Look at Libya. All these places that don't have the protection of a threat, they just do what they want. They want that money. They want to be able to tell you what to do. They can't tell you what to do when you have a threat. Who spent the night in Jared Kushner's bedroom? Jared Kushner is they sent JD Vance, Jared Kushner, and some other buddy, I forget his name, other buddy of Trump, two not elected officials to go negotiate with Pakistan mediating whatever with Iran, and it didn't go well. Like, what did you think it was going to happen? This nigga Trump was at a UFC fight. And look, if somebody did support Israel, do you think I hate them because they support Israel? They may be believing the propaganda that people are believing the propaganda with Trump. I'm not an enemy of a supporter. It just shows me that you're ignorant. You're not my enemy. It just shows me that you don't have enough information to make a intelligent decision about what's going on. Burnt out, what's happening? This is the shit that trips me out, y'all. Everybody be like, Ohio probably might get mad at me right now, but just listen. Everybody be like, oh, the Oshun, Ogun, this and that, and past gods and religions and this and that. There's only one that's running shit, really like running shit. And that one religion is being supported by an evangelical religion to push their narrative, propaganda, to push forward, what do you want to call it? The apocalypse or whatever that shit is called. So Christians is supporting the Jewish, the Israeli movement, right? Whatever is going on, Zionist movement. They say that Jesus is burning in hell in excrement. That's what they say about Jesus. If you're a Christian, you're supposed to be, that's your thing. Jesus is, you got to go through Jesus to go here. This is why I say Christians don't even be Christians. Christians don't even follow Christ or follow Christianity. I follow my own form of Christianity, and it's like what that said is what I believe. How he moves is what he said is how I believe. The body, your church is where you pray. The chosen people are who choose me, not a state, not a territory. But those people believe that your belief in this person, he's the lowest form out there. They hate him more than anything, but you blindly support them and their initiatives. You blindly support them and their initiatives. And they hate everything that you believe in. Supposedly believe in. Why did Trump not put his hand on the Bible? Why did Trump not put his hand on the Bible just recently? His daughter converted from Christianity. His grandkids are not Christian. Let me see. That was the first time. He just did it recently.
Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Right, dog face.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. The office of the Constitution of the United States. Constitution of the United States. To the best of my ability. Preserve, protect, and defend.
Melania is holding it.
Protect and defend. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
He don't even put his hand on the Bible. Just put your faith in Jesus, not Christianity. These Christians, they working against y'all. They working against themselves.
On Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it. I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about what is.
Yeah, but why you didn't say nothing? Why did we all say something?
Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not.
You don't put your hand, like, look. If you purposely don't put your hand on the Bible, it's because you do believe in that, but you support the other. You support the opposition. You do believe. And guess what?
Not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? That suggests you know it is real and you're rejecting it. You know what you're doing and you're doing it anyway. But nobody asked questions about that either. It seemed kind of inappropriate, given the celebration then in progress, to ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation? But pretty much
But then he uses that and says, oh, we want to make this a Christian nation. We want to make this a Christian nation. This is a Christian-based nation, but you don't even put your hand on the Bible. You got rabbis calling you the first Jewish president.
And these people do like Israel. Hold on. And he loves Israel too. It's true. 2 seconds.
Look how he's grabbing the president.
6 years ago, I was up here, and I said, "This is our first Jewish president."
He don't let nobody grab and touch on him like that. Nobody.
It's true. Now he's the
It's
first
true.
Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything. And
That's
these people
true.
do like Israel.
Thank you.
It's true. Now he's
That's
the
true.
first Jewish president to serve two not
That's true. Watch him say it's true.
presidencies. We thank you for everything.
And this is the dude telling y'all that this is a Christian nation, and it should be a Christian nation. Why do they hate on Muslims so bad? Why do they hate on Islam so bad? If they believe somewhat what you believe, you're closer connected to Islam than you are to what Jewish people believe. Why are you supporting them versus them? Because you ain't really that. You're not really what you say you are. You looking at Islam as a threat against what you were promised. These people, there is a documentary out where this lady is going through there and asking the people what they think. And they say, we should carpet bomb all of them. Carpet bomb them. We should carpet bomb Palestine. None of them should live. They should, kids and all. These are just regular young people walking the streets. Not even just, these are just indoctrinated. And I don't even, just like I don't blame kids for being racist because that's something that they're taught. These kids are indoctrinated as children to believe that we are the chosen people against everybody. We are the chosen people against everybody. And no matter what we did, God promised us this. God promised us this and that, and this is our right. But then guess who came along? Just to break it down in a stupid form and fashion, to make it quicker, make a long story short, guess who came along? Good old Jesus. Praise be upon him. Jesus came along and said, what these fools are doing, and hey, I watched The Chosen. Also, Dogface, you said watch The Chosen. Great. Good, great show. He said, these are the snakes. These people that are trying to keep you out of heaven, they're trying to take your money and your taxes and they're taxing you. These are the monsters. He said that they're the monsters and that no, that promise that was promised to them, they fucked that up. They fucked that promise up by worshiping all these other things. Their shit is done. The promise to the people is through me. It's through God. If you have a relationship with God, you're just as good as anybody else. There's nobody that has more of a line to God than you. There's no this Hebrew over this person, or this slave over this culture. No. And so in their eyes, just think if you are the people that have been running on the fact that this is only promised to us, and then somebody comes along and says, nah, all that shit that y'all believe, all that sacrifice and shit, all that money shit, all this ugly shit that you're doing, the synagogue of Satan, what he called it, is wrong. Who else? What other figure did that? What other figure do they hate I'm gonna join. I'm looking like, wait, why they hate this? Why they hate this so much? Oh, because he said that thing that they believe in and all that shit that they talking about ain't promised to them no more. Kind of sound like shit. They feel pissed off that they out the loop now. They did all this shit out the loop. You fucked up. If you read this shit, just look at how fucked up. Like they like, look at how fucked up they are and how stupid they were. They had direct connection, writings, imagery, messages directly from it, and you still was fucking up. And you was still fucking up. You like the scorn bitch. You like the scorn woman who had the ideal nigga. And you still was out here cheating and fucking on other niggas. And now he done got with a good girl. And he's like, you know what? All of these things that I promised, you have them now. Nope, it's not about her. It's about us. That girl over there, that group is like, I'm going to drop a dime on them niggas. I'm going to have to. Mace Windu, what's up? I had to drop a dime. So just imagine their heat and hate. They say that the person that these white people that say they believe in Jesus and they're Christians, the people that you're supporting to push through here, they say that they hate him. Long line of assistant pimps fucking up. And maybe they've been lied to, just like everybody else been lied to. I don't fucking know. But if the people in charge with all the fucking money that we like to give them credit for, the elites having all the money and doing all this shit, why the fuck is Palantir, why is Peter Thiel looking up Antichrist? Why is he searching the Antichrist? Why are these rich ass elite motherfuckers that run the world fighting over this property, fighting over this land? They must know something. Because we the broke ones, we the poor ones trying to figure out why we not like you and why we don't like each other, why our skin color don't make us brothers and sisters and this and that. And Jesus said, nigga, we are all brothers and sisters. In God's eyes, we are all brothers and sisters. You guys over here fighting over this little silly shit. But we'll go to say, oh, that's a white man's religion or this and that. Nigga, I know one thing right now, that these motherfuckers is trying to take over that shit and they hate this person and that person, that holy person said, F them. They are horrible. But if they repent and come to me, they are the promised people. But everybody is. That shit is a trip when you break it down in a simple form. Like shit. Who else is going against him like that? Who else is saying that that was wrong? Who else did they hate like that? It must be something to it. It's just worth the read, right? Like read up on that shit. There was a scene, Dogface told me, I don't know how long ago Dogface told me, he's like, hey, watch The Chosen with your kids. And if you're a Christian, if you're a so-called Christian, how do you depict yourself as Jesus? And go against the only American Pope? How do you depict yourself? They said, oh, I thought I was a doctor. I thought I was a doctor. But you took it down. But you took it down. Damn, I'm trying to find this scene.
There's this moment in the Bible that may
No. Fuck. Trying to find this shit. Y'all discuss in the chat. I'm trying to find this.
Nazarene, I just spoke to a man who claims you. Where did you get mud knowing you're not supposed to make heat? Cleanse the outside. Cleanse the sacred day of the week to be the son of God, and you don't honor purity laws?
They used all these rules and all these things to tell people like how to to keep them busy, keep them out of stuff. Oh, you're not supposed to do this.
Day of the week. You Pharisees.
Don't get caught up in the color. Get caught up in the message.
Cleanse the outside of a cup and the dish, and then you eat and drink food that goes into a body that inside is full of greed and wickedness.
Ooh, that shit right there. You clean the outside of the cup, nigga. But you eat from a body of food that's dirty and poisonous and toxic. And then you try to keep these people out here bound by your wickedness.
You fools! Did not he who made the outside make the inside also? But give as alms those things that are within. Behold, everything's clean for you. Are you saying giving alms is more important than being ritually clean? I'm saying that your obsession with what is clean and unclean goes farther than God intended and does no good for anybody. We tithe everything so the poor can benefit, down to the smallest plants grown in our garden. And to that I say, woe to you Pharisees.
Woe to you Pharisees. Switch out that word. Never mind, don't switch out that word. Just
tithe mint and dill and cumin, measuring carefully the last speck while neglecting what is actually important of the law. Justice and mercy and faithfulness. Who pushes the justice, mercy, and those underprivileged? Sounds like the Shia to me. Sounds like, let's just go. You blind guides, straining out an act while swallowing a camel.
I heard Farrakhan say that before. He said, but he used a pill and a cow.
Look at these people. What have you done to help them? We have taught them how to observe God's perfect law, while you actively defy and break and encourage others to deviate from it. All of you, this man is dangerous. He's leading you astray.
Sounds like Islam, the merciful. Being the person that supports the underprivileged, the one that loves his man, that comes and stands up for the injustice in the world.
Bring hope and healing.
His words are blasphemous, heretical. And I say, woe to you, Pharisees, for you love the best seat in the synagogues and greetings in the marketplaces. Take it back. Right now, recant your insulting words. Oh, I am just getting started.
I said everybody.
That wasn't even the scene that I wanted to bring up, where he was going in, calling them snakes. And the sarcophagus is like, it's talking about you paint the outside, but the inside holds death. The inside holds death. The messaging is on point. How? And then I'll leave this last one before we go to Trump with the fucking shit, the picture of him being Jesus, is that how do I say this? The elite are doing something. The elite are making moves to where when was the Bible written? Let's say 3,000 years ago. I'm just going to say 3,000 years or whatever this shit, whatever these books and everything, whatever, thousands of years ago. And it says that these countries will be fighting and these states and this and that will be fighting against this and that. And then they will come and defeat them, and then Antichrist, and then this and this and this and that. if this shit is so fake, why the motherfuckers with all the money are physically pushing for this shit to happen? And all the countries that was mentioned in that shit, Persia, Russia, China, Magog, Agog, did it, all these shits. Why are they all doing that shit right now? From the Nile to the Euphrates. From the Nile to the Euphrates. Why is it this push for greater Israel? Why is it this push for Iran to be conquered? Last and last, Iran, Lebanon, all that shit. Then you start to think like, okay, what else are they not doing? What's their banking system? What's their centralized banking system? Who owns the other banking systems? Who are all these countries that are being taken over? Dude, I'm telling you, they are scared right now. The biggest religion right now that is not taking, I don't want to say taking over because it sounds bad, but that has conversion is Islam in Russia. In Russia. But Eric Chapman, imagine hating on another prophet like the hated on, right? Right. Imagine. This shit got to be for a reason. I had those things on this whole time. It's got to be for a reason. Follow the money. Follow their plays. They not just doing this shit for no reason. Follow it. Who do they hate? Who are they against and why? Well, came flipping tables. He said, this is church is where you pray, where you worship is the temple. Is the church. That shit is relevant, man. And then you have this back and forth, right? Like we're so caught up on so many fragmentations, right? Through our culture, through our people. Like somebody will say, like somebody's right there, Muhammad was not a prophet. I'm going to say Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Because the Quran is a cold piece of work. There's stuff in the Quran that they can't even explain. And they say the miracle that he created was right in the Quran. That was his miracle. You got people right now, you got rabbis coming out saying we were wrong. I'm not saying I got all the answers, but I'm also saying I'm looking at some shit. I'm not just going to just shit on somebody and discredit them and their belief and this and that. If they have some hard facts and they're talking about it, whatever. But I know that there's a group of elite. Just think about it. Like it's almost like the peaceful ones, right? Like the ones that do say peace be upon him. And this is why I say Christians is the most unchristian people on earth. Christians is the most unchristian people on earth. You guys people call themselves Christians and are disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Judging people, mad at people for having their religion or doing this or serving that. Being the most judgmental. It's supposed to be loving. Like it's supposed to be loving, accepting. You ain't supposed to turn away immigrants. You ain't supposed to turn away the sick, the poor. You're supposed to help, support the sick, the poor. The color don't matter. Where they come from don't matter. You shall not turn away an immigrant. You shall not turn away somebody in need of help. Thou shalt not. And also, Victim On says, and Assyrians, Persians, Greeks. Wait, so no, they just stand on business. Well, look at this, Ohio ties. Well, in the past, right? Or are you saying right now? Right now, like the slave masters right now? Or are you talking about in the past? Because people handed down Christianity through force from parenting or from the society? I'm not sure. But if you're talking about through slavery, through the past, Christianity was forced on them. I got my brother coming, I think pretty soon. He's got a book coming out. And it's such a dope book. Pastor John Foster, Pastor, Doctor, PhD John Foster, that has a book that breaks it down so cold. But yeah, but right now, nobody is forced into it. Nobody's forced into to Christianity. Oh yeah, okay, in the past, and it's being handed down, right? You know what I think would be dope? What would be dope? There's people in the world right now who have never read the Torah, the Talmud, or whatever, the Torah, the Bible, new version, the Quran. Like get a reality show where you give somebody those books and just let them read it without like outside influence, without outside perspective, and just let them read those books, all of them. And then at the end, season 1 could be the Torah. Season 2 can be the Bible. Season 3 can be the Quran. And then just get their honest opinion about those books, about what they read. And just get their opinion. Like, what do you think about this? This is this story, this and that. And I would like to see a bunch of people that have never done it, what are your thoughts? Because we all have, even me, I have bias, just like Ohio Ty said. I wouldn't be Christian if my grandma wasn't Christian. If my grandma didn't teach me the Bible, I probably wouldn't be Christian. Shout out to us, man. Shout out to us and me getting shadow banned. For sure. But it's okay. And I'd much rather have it this way than any other way. Well, look, oh wait, Mace Windu, look it up, Rios. Wait, what'd he say? Where does it? Yeah, I'm not your kind of Christian. This is the better thing. Yeah, I'm not your Christian that you used to. Because I really do say, what would Jesus do? How would Jesus act? What would Jesus do? What would Jesus say? That's how I don't just go based off of, oh, I'm just mad at you and this and that. I disagree with you. What? Remember people used to have WWJD? What would Jesus do? What is it? Omnius? What does it say? Where's that? Dang it, I just saw it. Oh, okay, Omniist. That's what Mace Windu wants me to look that up. Omniist is a person who believes that A person who believes that all religions and spiritual paths contain varying degrees of truth rather than relying on a single faith, rooted in the belief that no single religion holds all answers. Omniists often study diverse faiths to find shared truths and a common underlying spiritual or philosophical reality. That's dope. That's dope for you. That's an open mind. That's an open mind. I like historical shit. I like to figure out what was the timeline. Why did this come across? Why were they like this? Why did they start believing this? What was happening in the world at that time? That shit is, if you start putting that shit into perspective and into the story, like not just the story, what was happening around the story. And like the stuff in those books, like the stories in those books, like some people say they don't believe in this and that. But what about then if you don't believe, what about the story? What about this dude coming and saying, going against everything that's to believe, like all that is wrong and I'm the way. And standing on business all the way to the end. Valerie definitely wore a WWJD bracelet. I never had one, but I remember when that was like a big thing. When people, I remember that shit. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Dang it. I got to get rid of some of these videos. And we get caught up on each other. I saw the most confusing, maybe not the most confusing shit, but damn, that shit is 40 minutes long. Damn, that's too long. But I'm going to just break down a little portion of it. We're going to watch a little portion of it and we'll talk about it because this is just another segment of the fragmentation of us outside of religion, outside of spiritual, religious, whatever, outside of our lifestyles, in our bedrooms, outside our bedrooms, outside of that. Then we have cultural and identity separations. And that shit.
So listen, if the definition of being African American is that you have to be born.
Please don't get mad. I'm saying this with love.
And this is about Afro-Latinas, Latinos, and Black Americans, African Americans, and the shit is so crazy. Like just the differences of thought processes.
And this is the same conversation that I've had with my own family. But someone who is Afro-Latino from Puerto Rico is not the same as an African American. And when you make a video like this, you're invalidating the lived experience of Black Americans who grew up here in the States versus Afro-Latinos who grew up.
See, then I got to stop right there. Because Vic, who is that, Vic? Vic Damone just said something that is actually himself. Like he's talking about like some shit that he's doing. That Islam makes people slow. That's my point. Islam makes people slow. Like that's okay. But that lets me know that should let y'all know what y'all dealing with.
In Puerto Rico, okay? I'm saying this as someone who is the daughter of a white Puerto Rican who was raised in Rio Piedra and whose grandparents were from Culebra and Vieques. And my father is a Black American descendant of slavery from Camden, New Jersey. Okay? When you take the words African American and you put them together, you get a cultural identity and an ethnicity, one of which you don't belong to. You can say Afro-Latino, you can say I'm American, but to say African American, that's not a cultural or ethnical subset that you belong to. There's an explicit difference. And please keep in mind that the colonization and how enslavement was handled in the Spanish colonies was different than how it was handled in the United States. And remember,
like my thing is, and I'm not trying to bash or be mean, but like, where is this coming from? Like, are Latino people saying that they are African American or that they're Black American? Are they saying they're Afro-Latino? I don't know. Like, this is the shit that like be tripping me out. Like, damn, okay. How is that affecting you? And like, how is the differentiation of that? How does that really hurt? Or figuring out that there's a difference, how does that help? I don't know. Like, I'm just sharing, and you guys give your opinions also.
That the United States took over in what, 1898? To the cruelties that happened to enslaved people on the mainland happened for 300 more years before the United States took over Puerto Rico. Also, the caste systems were completely different. The anti-blackness that happens within Latinidad was to breed out the blackness.
That happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. But it's the comparing of traumas, the trauma comparison. My trauma is worse than yours. I get it. Okay, for sure, for sure. I'm the same thing she is. She's Puerto Rican and Black. I'm Puerto Rican and Black. There's a direct difference. There is a difference of a Black American experience and an Afro-Latino experience on an island in another country in the South, whatever. But what is the reason for the differentiation, or what is triggering this is what I'm really at.
Whereas in the United States, we had the one-drop rule because that's how we ended up with more enslaved people. If your mother was a slave, then you were a slave, and it didn't matter how light you were. So please, like I'm saying, they're different. I'm not saying don't be proud of the heritage that you have.
Are there people saying that there's no difference between, I don't know, maybe somebody in her family, or maybe it is a big thing, but I'm just like, this shit on the internet.
I'm saying that African American and Afro-Latino and also American are not interchangeable terms. That's all. That's all the Black people are trying to say.
What is it? Are Afro-Latinos the same as Black Americans? Now, they may share the same African ancestry. Now, not even all of them. You know, we have the indigenous Black Americans, and then we have, the ones who came, through slavery and all of that from Africa. Those are the ones we're talking about right now. But, they may share African ancestry, with the, Afro-Latinos, but culturally, historically.
Afro-Latinos are erased, and it's not accidental. But as a Black American who loves history and respects Latino culture, there's something that needs to be said. Afro-Latinos are erased, and it's not accidental. A lot of people don't realize this, but Afro-Latino history is deeply connected to Black American history. Not identical, but connected. Afro-Latino simply refers to people of Latin American descent with African ancestry. And that African ancestry exists for the same reasons it exists here in the U.S., the transatlantic slave trade. And
right, like, isn't that basic? Isn't that like a basic understanding?
In fact, most enslaved Africans were taken to Latin America and the Caribbean, not the United States. So blackness is not new or foreign to Latin culture. It's foundational. After slavery, many Latin American countries adopted a national idea called mestizaje, the belief that everyone is mixed and race no longer matters. On the surface, it sounds unifying, but from the outside looking in, what it often did was erase black identity. Instead of centering African descendants in history, blackness was absorbed into culture, while black people themselves were pushed out of the narrative. And this is where things start to overlap with the Black American experience. Colorism didn't stop at borders. Lighter skin was rewarded. Darker skin was penalized. From what Afro-Latinos themselves have said, blackness often becomes something to explain away rather than something to claim. That's not a judgment. That's a system at work. Here's something that I've noticed as an outsider who studies culture. African influence is everywhere in Latin music, dance, and rhythm. But when it's time to talk about history, leadership, or representation, African roots often get minimized. The culture gets celebrated, but the people get erased. That pattern feels familiar because we've seen it before. When Afro-Latinos come to the United States, many experience race differently for the first time. Here, society doesn't ask where your grandparents are from. It reacts to how you look. That collision of identities forces conversations that weren't always necessary back home. This isn't about division, it's about recognition. As a Black American, I don't see Afro-Latino history as separate from mine. I see it as part of the larger African diaspora story. Acknowledging Afro-Latinos doesn't erase Latino identity, it completes it. And listening to Afro-Latino voices is how the erasure stops. If this topic is new to you, take the time to listen to Afro-Latino voices tell their stories. If you're Afro-Latino and this resonates, this space is for amplification, not replacement. And if you want more conversations.
And the reason why I picked this video is because the point's made. His point, I'm with him. I'm with it. You know what I mean? Like, yes, all that is truth. Yes, yes, yes. But then as we go into the next people, the next speaker, the difference of opinion and the outlook and perspective changes so vastly. Like, damn.
About shared history and respect across cultures. Make sure you follow for what's next. Got some more coming.
It's rainy, I'm sleepy, and I might repeat myself like Dr. Umar, but I wanted to get this point across, okay, very clearly. If you have eyes to see, and you come up to me and ask me, what am I? And I say black. And then your response to that is, no, but like, what's your background? Like, where your parents are from? And I say, they're Dominican, Haitian, Panamanian, whatever Afro-Latino variety.
Now you have the black.
I may be. And you.
Now now we're talking about black. Like the term black. You don't have to be American to me. My understanding was you don't have to be American to be black.
You turn around and say, oh, but you're not really black. I'm going to know you're the problem. I'm going to know that you're playing racial colorism oppression Olympics. And I don't want to be part of that game. Okay? So if people are telling you they're black, and you can tell with your eyes that they're clearly Afro-Latino or not from the United States, for whatever, you can tell by their bone structure, by their accent, by their skin tone, by whatever you think is separating you from them. And they respond to you after you ask them, what are you? Black. And that's not a good enough response. You are causing the problems that you're saying everyone else is causing.
Look at Burnt Out said it clearly. White man says to both of us, to us, they're both black.
Like at this point, let's keep it a bean. If nobody else wants to say this, I'm going to say it. Okay? Because if I say I'm Dominican, you're going to be like, oh, but you're black though. Okay? Okay? That's fine. That's fine. There's no issue with that at all. but you can clearly see what I look like. So why ask the question if you already know what I look like?
African diaspora, it is the American diaspora, because diaspora is not the African diaspora, it is the American diaspora, because the first dry land to rise up out of the waters was America, ancient America, and all of life began in America.
Do y'all see what I'm talking? Like, not bashing the people. I'm just talking about the difference of opinion with the people. Get her off the screen. Like, so many different outlooks.
The slave trade happened in reverse. Indigenous people of America were brought to Europe and West Africa, or what was once called Negro Land. Many indigenous South Americans were brought to West Africa, not the reverse. There was a whiting out in South America through sexual assault and horrific breeding purposes that created the mestizos. Latino is a term used to lump together a group of ethnically diverse people in order to erase indigeneity. In essence, it is a modern-day continuation of whiting out or whitewashing indigenous people, ethnically diverse people, or indigenous people. And more specifically, it is a way to continue to erase, hide the true identity, the true history of the original indigenous copper-tone people of the earth, or the Black Americans. It's all part of the master plan to keep you lost, confused, not knowing who you are, not knowing where you come from, not liking who you are, and constantly searching for the truth. But here's the truth. If you are indigenous to the Americas, then you are either Black American or you are the descendant of the original copper-tone people of the
Shout out Jumby,
which are the Black Americans.
Thank you for the super chat, brother.
To America, ancient America, and all people descend from the original.
Jumby says, understanding both histories and using discerned delineation, you must know both cultures deserve their own identities, not bled down to just Black, or there will always be chaos because of ignorance. So, I think I agree with you. There's a different history. Like, so the basic, most simplest form is just say, everybody has there's a different experience and there's a different history.
Not bled down to just Black, or there will always be chaos because of ignorance.
But Black is just a identity. I don't know if it's identity or it's a way to identify somebody. The Black dude. They're not going to say the Afro-Latino dude over there. They're going to say the Black brother, the Black dude, the Black girl. It doesn't matter what your history or what your language you speak or what your Spanish descendants or what your Latin history says. It's just the identifier of Black. Basically, when people say you're Black, it's like you're identified as Black. I'm not saying your culture is Black, and but you like, right? Like, Black is not a culture. It's an identity, like identify, like a description, like the Black dude. People don't be like the Christian guy or yes, African Latino people, different history. African American people, different history. But they're both Black. Right? Or is that something the slave masters taught us, that like Black is the whole, and then it branch out into Jamaican, this and that?
Copper-tone people of the earth, the Black Americans.
I will always support African Americans in wanting to gatekeep their culture because the erasure is real. Gatekeep hip hop, gatekeep R&B, gatekeep your culture, period. As an Afro-Latina, like, trust me, I know firsthand the erasure is real. For context, Latino music such as like reggaeton, salsa, bachata, just to name a few, are historically Black Latino music. They have their roots in Black Latinidad. And as a result, the artists that used to have the biggest impact and largest visibility in these genres were Black Latino artists. Fast forward to today, the artists with the biggest impact and the largest amount of visibility in these genres are white Latino artists. It's so bad that they have started to play in our faces. They gave J Balvin about 2 years ago Afro-Latino Music Artist of the Year award. This conquistador Cruz, this direct descendant of Christopher Columbus, accepted.
So this is where my confusion comes in. So because he's not dark skinned or he doesn't present, you think he doesn't have no black in him, no African in him? There's a mixture of people. Is there a certain mixture? And this is where the disagreements are going to happen, I think, like where people are going to be like, well, shit, my great-great-grandmother was Afro-Latino. But can I not? Motherfuckers say, I look, they say, you don't even look black. You don't even look black. Like, yeah, well, my mom is black. My dad's Puerto Rican. My dad is looks not as white as this dude, but he does look kind of like that. My mom is black. Like, it's always going to be a judgment, or it's always going to be a barometer, a measuring stick. Like, well, you need this much. People talk about like the one drop or this and that. Like, what is your standard for a person being Afro-Latino? Because that kind of seems like caste. No, that's not caste, but I don't know. But it's a good conversation, you guys.
And was awarded Afro-Latino Music Artist of the Year award. I will never let this go. Now, I'm not saying we don't have Afro-Latinos that are very, popular today still in these music genres, as we should. But they do not have the impact nor the visibility that the white Latino artists in these genres have began to receive. It has gotten so bad that there are now Spaniards winning Latino Music Artist Awards. Spaniards. And it's honestly just so sad to see like the erasure in fucking real time. Like our music, like we had salsa songs that would sing about, the impact of slavery in Latin America. We used to have music that would sing about and talk about the beauty of Black Latina women. None of that exists anymore for the most part. So yeah, gatekeep.
My non-Black Latinos are gonna hate me for saying this, but y'all are the reason that we cannot become truly unified with Black people. Y'all are the reason that Black people are on the fence about non-Black Latinos. It's because y'all are very anti-Black and won't even do the bare minimum of just stop saying the N-word. Like y'all.
Here we go. This is where we're leaning to, because this is where we're about to go. Please be in the chat. Jump to the next topic. Stop being stuck on the last topic. Continue. Stop. Don't get stuck. Continue. Stay with the topic. This is important as well. But it does show how stuck people get. But just stay with the topic. Let's move. Pay attention, because I need y'all opinions on this shit.
I won't even stop saying that word. And y'all don't realize that even though a lot of non-Black Latinos see themselves as like socially higher up than Black people and Black Latinos, that's not how white people see us, y'all. That is not how they see us. It doesn't matter what you are. You're just not white. And a lot of y'all think that perpetuating this anti-Blackness and racism is gonna knock you a couple points higher, and it's gonna make you all kumbaya with the white people. No, they don't see y'all as humans.
As y'all got taught recently.
There's no such thing as a Black Hispanic.
How come?
Yeah,
There's no such thing as a black Hispanic for the same reason there is no such thing as a white Hispanic. There's no such thing as a brown Hispanic. So why is it that black people are always
Boom! Damn, that was cold. That was vicious. Why do we always have to determine the blackness? Why do we have to always state that I'm black this? Why they don't have to say I'm white Mexican? Or I'm white Puerto Rican? Or I'm Spaniard Puerto Rican? That's a good one.
out or put in a subcategory when identified in anything else. For example, Latinos, you could be white, you could be brown, and you're Latino. But when it comes to black, why are they black Latinos? Why are they always excluded from just claiming what everybody else can claim? What is Latino, meaning that you're from a Latin American country? Why need to put them in a subcategory of saying black Latino? No, they're just Latino. They're just Latino from a Latin American country. Their race is separate. Black race, gotcha. Ethnic backgrounds, whatever it is that you are. But if you are from a Latin American country, you are Latino. Black American country, black Latino. No, they're just Latino. They're just Latino from a Latin American country. Their race is separate. Black race, gotcha. Ethnic backgrounds, whatever it is that you are. But if you are from a Latin American country, you are Latino. You should not have to add the color to the Latino if white folks don't have to say they're white Latino. If we don't have to say brown Latino. Why always they got to be put in a subcategory? Black Latino, black Hispanic. White folks don't got to say white Hispanic. We ain't got to say brown Hispanic. Arabs don't have to say Arab Hispanic. Everyone is Hispanic. Everyone is Latino except black people. They're always excluded from being able to claim what everybody else claims. That's not right. That's not fair. My argument is always in the defense of black people because I notice they're always discriminated. They're always excluded from claiming what everybody else just gets to claim. An example, in Mexico, everyone is just Mexican, but black people are what? Afro-Mexican. It's just not fair that they're always excluded from claiming what everybody else just gets to claim. That's not right. Everybody is a Latino and Hispanic if they're born in a quote-unquote Hispanic country, a Latino country. Look how many different races and look how many different ethnic cultural backgrounds we have in Latin American countries. Asian descent, Arab descent, European descent, and they're all just Latino. But when it comes to the black presenting person, they're black or Afro-Latino. That's fucked up. And always with black people. Now let's go back to the original topic. I don't believe in the word POC because the struggle of the black man is different than anybody else. So much different that they always cannot just claim to be black. Black people can't just say we're Latino. We're just Hispanic. People will be like, you don't look Latino. You don't look Hispanic. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
You don't look Latino. There is no look for Latino. There is no look for Hispanic. You're either born in a Latin American country or not. Your race, what you are presenting, has nothing to do with being born in a Latin American country. But yet, a black person will say, oh, I'm Latino. Oh, you're black, you're an Afro-Latino. No way. That's not fair, man. That's part of the discrimination.
Shout out
so, yes,
Tiny.
I will say, there is something that's people of color. You're black and you struggle uniquely as a black person. You're indigenous and you struggle uniquely as an indigenous person. Asians are the model minority. So I can't include Asians as POC. How could I include them in as if they struggle like me? No POC. No such thing as that. When you're black, you're black. When you're brown, you're brown. Somebody said black Hispanic. There is no such thing as a black Hispanic. There's no such thing as a black Latino. You're either from a Latin American country or you're not. And your complexion and your race should have nothing to do with the fact that you're born in a Latin American country. That makes you automatically a Latino. And if somebody says you don't look Latino, you need to check them quick and tell them, what does a Latino look like? What does that even mean? There is no look for a Latino. That doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as that. I'm sorry. Because Latino is in fact not a race. It's not a culture. It's not an ethnicity. It's just a label that they placed on Latin America. But in Latin America, there's different races, different cultures, different ethnicities. And if you are from a Latin American country, you are Latin. If you are from a Spanish-speaking country, you are Hispanic. Your color, your complexion, your culture, your race has nothing to do with it at all.
Hey, he killed it.
Latino or you're not. Meaning you're either born in a Latin American country or you're not. You don't have to add a color. You don't have to add a race. You don't have to add anything. So yeah, it offends me. It does offend me that white folks, brown folks don't have to say, oh, I'm brown Latino. Oh, I'm white Latino. I'm Asian Latino. I'm Arab Latino. But black people, oh, you're Afro Latino. Oh, you're black Hispanic. Nah, man.
Spitting.
Recently, I've been debating people on being mixed phobic because.
But so look, the reason why I'm doing this, you guys, is so we can see all the different outlooks and the different perspectives and the fragmentation and we don't have an idea of what we agree on. And everybody's making good points. That brother though was spitting, broke it down. But I'm doing this because I saw this video and I was like, oh, I love the topic, but what I love the most about it is the underlying issue of all the difference of opinions and people having their outlook on it. And that is where we are. It's like, oh shit, I think this, you think that, you think this. And as long as they keep us disagreeing with what is what, I think old boy's outlook and logic about that shit was the cleanest one. That I don't know how anybody could disagree with that.
Apparently, I'm wrong for saying Latinos romanticize their slave capturers, but they do. I have books, scholars, and text to back it up. And Native Americans in the comments were actually going against the Afro-Latinos and agreeing with me that Latinos represent your Spaniard colonizers, and the massacre, the whitening is why that happened. And people don't know what the whitening is. Basically, the whitening was when slave owners, Spanish specifically, and Portuguese, felt as if the slaves were outnumbering them. So in order to keep their numbers high, they had to romanticize the relationship with the slaves. So they would start to fall in love with the lighter mixed slaves, give them better treatment. And by giving those slaves better treatment, those slaves would go on and tell other mixed slaves that if you stay with slave master, you sleep with slave master, you sleep with the white man, your money will whiten it. Your money whitens. So they create this culture where the lighter slaves continue to get better treatment, and that end up mixing all the races, and it romanticized the culture to the point where you can't identify who's a Spaniard and who is a native. Now they just say we're Latino. So now you have Latinos coming to America, and Latinos are saying, no, blacks don't, we can help outnumber the Europeans because, you have black Latinos. And blacks are like, you guys are identifying as Latino, don't help us because that means whites got more people. 67% of y'all are Republicans, vote for Trump, and Spanish is Latino. What are you talking about? The only piece of black in you is from a long time ago. The reason you get, here's this book I'm reading called The One Drop.
It doesn't matter what you identify culturally. Oh, you guys are helping them outnumber us. It's that portion of it is more about where you align with your thoughts and your political beliefs. Their political beliefs shouldn't have to align with this and that. They should be able to vote wherever they want to vote, but they're aligning with what they think has more. They like, oh shit, they have more, they have less. We need to, whatever they're talking about is what we need to be talking about. That's how we get more. They came here to get more.
Drop rule. I'm just going back to some awesome parts to show you guys a better definition of what I mean. But there's Latinos, this book describes how Latinos, the romanticizing the slave masters, have created a culture where today's Latinos who are descendants of slavery get offended by anything that, oh, white people did this. Don't say that. Because white people not that bad. No, we are they slave, we lost. Just don't say that, they're not that bad. I'm black, but I'm not that black. I'm not that black. You guys cry, you guys complain. And the black that's talking in them is literally, they're right. They know black. That's the only black in them. I'm gonna show you guys a better picture because the native guy is right. He said it's Mexicans coming across that have more Spain in them than they do Mexican. And I was like, what? Nigga, look at this real quick. Look at this real quick. Look at the levels. Oh, damn it, I dropped my bookmark. Look at the levels of blackness that they're coming. You got these Latinos that are basically 1% black saying don't say anything disrespectful to white people.
Because you keep saying we.
But the breakdown is of the other brother was like, you're just only Latin if you're in a Latin country. If you're coming from a Latin country, that's just, you're Latin. That doesn't identify you as your race and culture and color is completely different.
You know, and it's like your kind of connection with the black community, but you're Cuban. Like
I'm black first.
Yeah,
I'm black first.
So
What
I
I
was
always
ask,
tell
like,
people,
how you identify
wait, but
yourself.
are you full Cuban? I'm full Cuban. I thought he was black too.
I know,
but I am black.
No,
I am
here's
black.
everyone thinks that you are like the black lineage.
All right,
Like,
so
you know, like
let me explain how it works.
Oh, this is the dude from The Boys. Shout out to this dude. I like this guy. He's a good actor.
This is another thing that I feel like we as black people get caught up in, that
semantics
that separates us as opposed to uniting us. We get caught up in where the ship dropped us off versus where the ship picked us up. You know what I'm saying? We all come from the same root. It's just a tree with different branches. The same boat that picked up your ancestors picked up my ancestors. Only they dropped yours off here. They made a pit stop in the Caribbean and dropped mine off. But my ancestors still dealt with slavery. You know, still dealt with being, you know, having their family and their lives ripped from them, and having to come back from colonialism and slavery. You know, so, and it's not just African Americans, it's Afro-Cubans, it's Afro-Dominicans, it's Afro-Puerto Ricans. Like, all these people got to get out of their colonialized minds and stop thinking, oh, I'm not this, I'm this. Oh, okay, yeah, you can be Latin, but you're black first.
And the separatism that takes us apart when we all have the same.
But then there's people telling them they're not black. That part too. It's also people telling them they're not black. Nah, you ain't black. You this and that. This is where the fragmentation, different segments, compartmentalized, like shit. Well, this dude just told me I wasn't. No, you are. Well, shit, what the hell am I?
Same struggle. We all experience the same
100%.
struggle.
Because when I walk into a room, they ain't thinking, oh, we're going to give him a pass because he's Latin.
Yeah.
Or if a cop pulls me over, he's not like, oh,
That's what I was saying.
I'm not going to shoot him or I'm not going to beat his ass because he's Cuban. No, I'm black. You know what I'm saying? And I'm dealing with the same struggle. So we all gotta unite and fight for the struggle together, because we're all dealing with the exact same struggle.
Let's discuss this a little bit, because I find that with African Americans, I have to explain this term a lot. So the short answer is this: Afro-Latinos belong to both groups. They're both black and Latinos, since black is a race and Latino is an ethnicity. All right, they're the people of African descent in Mexico, Central and South America, and the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, as well as Brazil and Haiti. And by extension, those of African descent in the United States whose origins are in Latin America and the Caribbean, like me.
Got your anti-blackness. Got it and clocked it, because
States whose and Haiti. And by extension, those of African descent in the United States whose origins are in Latin America and the Caribbean, like me.
Got your anti-blackness. Got it and clocked it, because ¿por qué crees no soy Latina? ¿Por qué? ¿Es porque soy negra? Porque I guarantee if I was pálida and I came and said the same thing, y'all wouldn't assume I'm talking from outside the club. But a lot of Latinos forget that Afro-Latinos exist. So then when I say something about being Latina, y'all are like, why are you judging our culture? Our culture. Yo también, baby. Yo también, okay? And I have even more room to speak on this conversation as a black Latino, because we're talking about the N-word, which only black people can say, because it's a slur against black people. So yeah, I as a black Latina will absolutely tell you when you can and can't say certain words that are black slurs, because not all Latinos are black people. That's why I'm chirping so loudly in this conversation, because I am a black Latina, I am an Afro-Latina. And also, El Alpha's literally telling you what his language is. If you want to say that maybe I'm not Latina enough because I'm a No Sabo kid, okay, say it. But you can't tell me that El Alpha's a No Sabo kid as fast as he be rapping. He's definitely not, and he's black, and he calls himself Moreno. So what about him? Does it not mean black when he says it? It means black when he says it. We're talking about him. That's why I said Moreno. Context is key. Never said that nobody can say Moreno. Never said that only Morenos are black people. I'm saying Moreno means dark skin. So if you're going to say the N-word, make sure at the very least you have that dark skin to match and are black. That's all I said. It's a very simple criteria to follow.
But you don't have a
Not
dark
new
skin.
one I made up either.
I feel like a lot of black people within the
Dude.
diaspora are quick to embrace African culture when it's filtered through Latin America, such as Brazil, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, the list goes on. But they don't embrace it as much from the actual African continent because it hasn't been filtered through a colonial lens, and because African culture that is presented through Latin America is...
That was a bar. That was a bar right there. Damn.
exoticized, is fetishized, is seen as more palatable, and is more safe to indulge in. Because if you know anything about Afro-Latino culture, a lot of their culture has been broken, reassembled, and renamed under European rule. Let me be very clear here. It is not just Black people within the diaspora who do this, it's also other races of people. Part of me feels like people only like African culture that has either been softened or translated for European consumption because they consider continental African culture to be too sovereign, too unfiltered, and they consider it to be backwards. I'd also like to add that a lot of Latin American societies are heavily mixed, and mixed race societies function as a buffer to Black or African descendant culture because it feels more safe to people. This is why Afro-Latino...
It's so fucking much, but it's reality. It's so much, but it's reality. And it's worth learning and listening and figuring this shit out so we can move. It's worth having the conversation. It's worth listening. It's worth researching. It's worth studying because it's empowering. If we could come to an understanding, if we could get on the same page, like, yes, this is, yes, okay, understood. How do I be an ally? How do we support each other?
Latino culture is considered sensual, spicy, exotic, and African culture is considered intense, rough, backwards. You know what I'm trying to say. People don't like it as much. And this all boils down to the way the continental African identity without permission from the West is considered too threatening because it's sovereign from European identity. Afro-Caribbean and Afro-Latino culture is not soft, but because the descendants of African slaves within the Western colonies spent a significant amount of time with Europeans, much of their culture ended up getting diluted because they were being heavily surveilled by slave masters who would kill them if they practiced their traditions out in the open. And I feel like that's why a lot of people feel more comfortable with it because it feels like it's more acceptable through the Western gaze. The flip side of this, I would like to add some nuance to this conversation because I completely understand why Black people within the diaspora align more with other Black diasporan cultures within Latin America, within the Caribbean, right? I completely get it because if you think about it, there is a shared experience of slavery, being dehumanized, and having your identity erased, right? There's a shared trauma there.
Right.
And it makes sense why a lot of Black people within the diaspora feel more welcomed by other Black diasporans as opposed to continental Africans. And that's why they gravitate more towards these cultures, right?
But does it have anything to do with these cultures, these other cultures amongst the diaspora, not accepting Blacks? And could it be that experience of like, well, they treat me like shit? They're not recognizing it as you talk about it. Not everybody is 100% on board with what you're talking about. A lot of people ain't on board in the diaspora of Latin countries that ain't on board, that don't want to be like, yeah, you're here. You're part of us. It's not just that easy. It's not just one-sided.
And to be honest, that's their lived reality. Nobody has any right to condemn them for it. But I do think it's worth paying attention to why a lot of our people look at continental African culture with contempt and look at diasporic Black Afro-descendant cultures with awe.
Okay, real quick, because I'm about to go somewhere. But you know what I don't like about some of the Afro-Latinos? Sometimes,
Exactly. I'm about to...
Some, not all. And don't...
I'm about to say bye to Zach Lee. Peace out in about 1 minute, Zach Lee. Appreciate you, man. Really do. Probably about 2 others I'm about to say peace to. But shout out to y'all, man. It's all love, blessings to y'all. But I'm about to peace y'all out pretty soon.
Mix up my words and say that I said I don't like them. I'm saying what I don't like about some of them. They'll make videos about how surprised other Hispanic and Latinos are when they see them speak Spanish because they feel like the other Hispanics and Latinos can't believe that they're Hispanic or Latino because they look Black. But they would never talk about the actual Black people who are also surprised at them. Not all Black people, but there's a lot of Black people who will sit on this app and say, There's some black people that will say, oh no, we're only talking about the Afro-Latinos who are black. But then you have black people who will make millions of videos saying all Hispanics, all Latinos are black. They'll say Jennifer Lopez is black. They'll say Mark Anthony is black. They'll say Ricky Martin is black. And then when they see an actual Afro-Latino or Afro-Latina or whatever, they'll be surprised when they hear them speak Spanish, like, what? You speaking Spanish? But then the Afro-Latino and Afro-Latinas come on here and make these videos and skits only about the Hispanics, only about the Hispanics that look like me or look white, when y'all know damn well there's black people who surprised that y'all are speaking Spanish as well. They'll come on here and say y'all black. I mean, well, of course the Afro-Latinos are. They'll come on here and say Jennifer Lopez is black, Mark Anthony is black, but they don't really mean that. A lot of them make those videos just because, you know, they like how certain people look, so they would like them to be black. But my thing is that why
Damn, she coming from a different angle.
Offended when a white-looking or a mixed-looking Hispanic is surprised that y'all speak Spanish, but y'all don't get offended when there's a black person who is surprised, because they do get surprised. In fact, in New York, a lot of black people get surprised when they see a dark Puerto Rican. And nobody would dare talk about that. To be honest, I used to live in Hialeah in Miami, and those Cubans, I lived around a bunch of Cubans and Colombians. They all honestly looked white. I never seen a black Cuban a day in my life till I was 15, not 15. I was about 14 years old. My friend's mother, that was the first.
Get your hair out your face.
Seen. Was I surprised? Not really, but it was my first time. There's been times I've been sitting right next to a black American person.
This is the worst one.
Here comes the Afro-Latina or Latino, starts speaking Spanish, and they're like, he speaks Spanish? I've seen American black people be just as surprised. But for some reason, y'all only speak about the other Hispanics in y'all little skits. Are y'all...
Shut up.
Are scared or something?
I really want to touch base on something, because I hate when people, especially bitches that look like Evelyn Lozada, all of a sudden claim this Afro-Latinidad. If you don't have...
She went straight to it, huh?
If you don't have an Afro-Latino parent, I'm talking about a black parent with the Latino descent, I don't think you should even be claiming to... I don't even think you should be claiming to be Afro-Latino or Afro-Latina. I think it's a thing. I think it's a thing of convenience at this point, because when y'all start to get backlash, especially from a set demographics of people, that's when y'all want to pull out the Afro-Latino card, the same way Evelyn Lozada did on Basketball Wives when she was going up against OG. Again, it's offensive and disrespectful for people that look like me, who's actually been through uncomfortable experiences, because not only are we black, but we happen to be Latino on top of being black.
This is a dumb argument to me. This argument is dumb. Yes, there is a different experience of different colors. I have black people in my family that are lighter than me, that are black. But because they're light and they're don't look and their parent ain't black or whatever, like they're like, what? Like, you wanted me to tell a black person whose grandma is black that they can't say that they African American because they direct mom and dad, both their grandparents on both sides is black? Can they not because they parent, or I don't know? Like, it's just too much. Too many standards, like, nigga, you black. But I guess, like I was saying, she may be right, and we need to discuss this shit.
You don't understand the struggles of an Afro-Latino person.
We gotta take the struggle out. I want to take the struggle out because that's the emotion. The struggle is the emotion. I want to take the emotion and the struggle out of the conversation. Let's remove the struggle, the trauma out, because that's the emotion attached to the argument. Let's take the emotion out. Let's take the emotion out. And just the facts and just the history and just the lineage. Don't worry about, oh, what I went through because of my skin is this color, or what I went through. No matter what your experience is, the emotion ain't gonna change the fact that your struggle was this or your struggle was that. It's not gonna change the fact of what is. Black, Afro-Latina, Tino, this, Hispanics, Spanish. Your experience doesn't change the fact of what you are. You can't be mad that she's claiming to be an Afro-Latina because she wasn't judged or treated the way you were treated. You should be mad that she's not that. No, you're not Afro-Latina. You're not, or whatever you want to say, whatever your position is, it should be the fact of take the emotion out that you're mad because she didn't go through. Take the emotion out and say, no, you're not Afro-Latina because of this and that.
So to make light of being Afro-Latino, but you don't want the struggles that come with it, is what makes me get mad. That shit pisses me off. It's a slap in the face, and you're out of pocket. You're out of pocket. Like, you're not about to sit here and claim being an Afro-Latino all of a sudden when you don't even know what it's like to live as an
So what about the privileged Black, dark, Afro-Latina people? Latino, privileged, dark, rich. They don't have the same experience as you. Do you bash them because they don't have the same experience as you, because they didn't grow up in the ghetto or didn't experience the racism the way you experienced it? They might be even darker than you and had a better life than you. Do you diminish their blackness because they didn't experience life the way you experienced it? That's the problem with comparing traumas and pain. Just get to the fact of it. You're not this because of this, and you're not that because of that. Get the experience and the trauma out. She got on square and circle glasses. I just noticed that.
to be treated as because you happen to be Afro-Latino. What we're not gonna do is that. I'm not saying that bitches that look like Evelyn Lazar, I'm not saying they white, but you're more like a mestizo mix if we're gonna get technical. You're more like European and Taino, if anything. That little 5% blackness you have in your DNA does not equate to you being Afro-Latina. I'm making myself clear because y'all bitches don't even be phenotypically black but want to claim this Afro-Latino shit. Enough is enough. Like DJ D-Red, cut the beat.
Now, here we are now at the conclusion. Right.
That was dope. That was really good. A lot of different outlooks, a lot of different perspectives on that shit. That was really, really dope. Loved it, liked it. Now, what are thoughts at the end of the day? Someone says gas is $1,000. You ain't never lied. But I tell people this all the time. Stop comparing. This is just as adults. As adults, I tell people this. Stop comparing your trauma to your kids' trauma. Stop telling your kids they ain't never been through nothing because they ain't been through what we went through in the 80s. Thank God they ain't went through the crack era and all that bullshit and all that crazy shit we had to go through. Thank God. But just because they didn't go through what we go through doesn't make their pain not real. Doesn't make their trauma not real, because everything they go through is the biggest thing that they've been through. Their pain, their trauma, it might be just as big as that to them. So we have to stop. We have to get the experience and the emotion and the trauma, take that out and just get to the bare facts. Yeah. Burnt out, exactly. It's gonna be like, he can't get on the UFO. He's only 5% Afro-Latino. He's not really that dark. He was suntanning yesterday. All this separation, all this division, all this divisiveness leads us to let me see, where was this at?
guy talk. He was like, yeah, in the penitentiary, we got ours. We let the blacks know, like, yo, you know, you guys are over there, but we got ours. Oh, but when he gets out the penitentiary, oh, he wants to rap like the black guys he want to kill in the penitentiary. No, keep that same energy when you get out the penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? So, no. Don't come over here using our rap music. You go over there and sing La Bamba. And a black dude wrote that from what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't mad at him. It's like just all that N-word using, and then the black people that give other races the green light to disrespect us. Like, you know, California, you know, like, you know. And so I was listening to that lefty guy talk. He was like, yeah, in the penitentiary, we got ours. We let the blacks know, like, yo, you know, you guys are over there, but we got ours. Oh, but when he gets out the penitentiary, oh, he wants to rap like the black guy.
Somebody said, but Lefty doesn't use the N-word. Someone says, go sing La Bamba is like saying go eat KFC, but they're not racist. No, it's not. That's an actual music. Go eat fried chicken is racist. I said go to KFC. Never said eat fried chicken. You can always order pot pie or salad. Saying go sing La Bamba is not like saying go eat KFC. Let's go, that genre of music. Fried chicken is not black. First off. But maybe I should look at some more, a longer video of this. But I'm going to tell you where my disagreement with him is.
In the penitentiary. No, keep that same energy when you get out the penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? So, no. Don't come over here using our rap music. You go over there and sing La Bamba. And a black dude wrote that from what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't mad at him. It's like just all that N-word using, and then the black people that give other races the green light to disrespect us. Like, you know, California, you know, like, you know, and so.
The penitentiary, right? Like when people use the penitentiary comparison or try to bring the penitentiary into the outside world, that shit always is off. Because guess what? In the penitentiary, we run the black card. They run the Mexican card, whatever. And you get along with people that are your enemies in the streets. You have to put up with shit. And then as soon as you get out the penitentiary, back enemies. You're back at odds with each other. Well, actually, even in the county, at the county, you're enemies. You're at odds in the county with your ops in the county. Got to catch phase. Got to do this. Got to do that. But as soon as you get to the pen, it's we run this way. But then when you get out, it's back to the separation, back to the division. The penitentiary, you ain't got no option, motherfucker. You gotta run the way you run. Now, not wanting to, not wanting your daughter to bring a black man home, is that prejudice or is that racist? Jail is in jail. County is completely different than prison. It's completely different. Completely different. And you can't say, oh, this is what you do in the pen, but this is what you do when you're out here. Everybody do something in the pen that they don't do out here. These ain't running the black card out here. When people not getting along, people go right back at it. Hopefully with a different understanding, but it's still just like that. Go sing La Bamba. That's ignorant. That's ignorant. Go sing La Bamba. If you don't like black people. Now, is it deeper than just not liking black people? Is it deeper than that? Because but this is this opportunist shit that everybody does. But we get selective politicking about these opportunists. Selective politicking. All these motherfuckers is opportunists and using some shit to their advantage for views, clout, whatever. Could he be an opportunist? He could be. Does he not like black people? Maybe not. He deals with black people. He's around black people. But is it because of what is provided, the benefit of liking black people? Do you not see no benefit? Is there not no benefit to your daughter marrying a black man? You don't see no benefit to it? That's a good conversation. Like, let's take a deep dive. Some people, like, let me not even go there. I was going to say, but it's not, I don't think it's comparable. You can't say what preferences that you want for your child. Like you could say, I don't want my child to be gay, or this and that, or I don't want them to be homosexual. I don't want them to be transgender. Why? Oh, because I want grandkids. Oh, well, they could adopt. No, I want to pass on my bloodline. Like, is somebody wrong for saying that they want grandkids from their child not to be homosexual because of the struggles of life? Like, nah, I don't want my daughter. Like, you have your preferences, but is that preference rooted in prejudices, or is it rooted in racism? There's a multitude of things that you can say, but unless you have that conversation, let's talk about it. People in the pen do things they don't normally do out here. What does that mean? Nigga, we run the card. As allies, we team up, but then when we leave, we're not teamed up anymore. We're right back at each other's opposition. It's teamed up for survival. We come together for survival, but then once we're surviving and thriving, it's all that's out the window. Now, do you think I don't know how relevant this is, but if a black man was like, nah, man, I don't want my daughter marrying a Mexican man. Nah, she can't bring no Mexican home, but this black man that says that is, damn, I forgot the name of the music. Whatever Spanish music, whatever Mexican music, mariachi. He's like a big mariachi guy coming up now. And as he's being interviewed by other black people or Mexican people being interviewed, he goes and says, nah, I don't accept the Mexican culture, and I would not ever want my daughter to marry a Mexican man. Maybe Mexicans would be like, oh, that's cool, good, because we don't want. But would they look at that and be like, interesting. And then you got the gatekeeping thing. People want to gatekeep this and that. Like, I don't see my thing with the gatekeeping music, right, is, okay, for sure, gatekeep it. But how do you gatekeep it? How can you gatekeep it when you don't own it? You're only making money off of your music. You're not making money off of other rappers, and it's like you don't own it. Like, how do you gatekeep for real, for real? You don't own the radio stations. You don't run the radio stations. Do you just gatekeep it by saying, oh, this shit is whack? Yeah, some of that shit is whack as fuck. But then they go to say, oh, rap would be nothing if we didn't support it. If we didn't support rap, it would be dead. No. Everything ain't California. Everything ain't Texas. You don't have to go into detail like that. I'm just saying, like, if the shoe was on the other foot, would that be accepted if a dude was like, oh man, I don't want my daughter to bring home a such and such? Then would his career continue on, and would they continue to mess with him? Like, hey man, let's go. But I think these are conversations that need to be had. Like we could, as much as we want to go on here and be like this and that, this and that, this and that, if we don't get to the conversation, if we don't get to the bottom line of it and get to the real understanding of it, like where does that come from? Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Like what did Drewski say? What do you mean by that? And we had the N-word thing. Lefty don't say the N-word, I don't believe. But we had the brother, I think his name, I don't know, damn, he's on Hater World, said that they don't accept their people saying the N-word, like taking the culture. Still, the N-word is not the only thing about the culture, though. That's the caste system. We already went through all that, Joe Dirt. We talked about all that today. I don't know if that interview was a little bit longer than what we saw. But what do you guys think? What do you think about Lefty? What do you think about Lefty gunplay? Callie says no black person should be mad at Lefty for saying what he said. But in what context what is your understanding of what Lefty said? What do you gather from what Lefty said? This whole morning, LBC Finest, the whole thing was about race. But now that we come to Lefty and Afro Man, now it's a problem. The whole thing was about the whole morning. We talking about the separation and the compartmentalizing and the fragmentation of our people and why we stay so separated and why we're not coming together. Motherfucker, we got to have the conversation to come together. Are we just going to be talking in one ear or talking out this window? Nobody's listening. If we don't come to a talking point where let's discuss this shit, we have to. There's too many difference of opinions. There's way too many difference of opinions. There's way too many people involved. Way too many people pointing fingers. Saying, oh, they racist and they racist. Well, we racist too. We racist over here too. We this and that. Like, let's acknowledge it all. Let's talk about this shit because it's not really being talked about. It's being talked around. Here we go with this racist shit. Now trying to talk about it is racist shit. Now trying to get to an understanding of it is, here comes this racist shit. Do you know what racism is? Callie Bags, I understand. You got to be careful who and what you guide your daughter to. Now, let's just say, Callie, you had some preference of what you want your daughter to do. I don't want my daughter to be with this person. Now, say that she does get with that person, and that's one of the most successful, greatest people, a good person, a down-to-earth, great soul, great spirit, and good for your daughter. Do you block her blessing because it didn't match with what you don't want? Oh, this had a rough life, but he changed his life, or this and that. Like, we'll have our preferences, but God has a way of showing us that we don't have the answer. You may think you know what you want for your daughter. You may think you know what's best for your daughter. Only person who knows what's best for your daughter is deflection. Exactly. But until there is an open table and a safe space to talk about where this comes from, what is this, what is that, there's discourse amongst their community, in the culture, in the rasa or whatever. There's discourse there about what to do and what not to do and what can be said and what cannot be said. They're not even on the same page. We for sure ain't on the same page. I could gather 5 people right now and one would be like, it's not that big of a deal to me. Other, it's a real big deal to me. Other one's like, well, let's da. But if you ain't keeping the same energy about how you want us to win and you want this for us, and that's not what you're going out into the world doing, that's not your step, what's the point? Yeah, I would never treat my grandkids any different or anything, but like sometimes we be thinking we know what's best. Lefty, let's not act like Lefty's not a product of his environment. Let's not act like he's not a product of how he was raised. I'm not saying that I'm discrediting who he is as a person, but Lefty is who Lefty is. You will handle Lefty in a certain way that you would handle Lefty. You would deal with this person how you would deal with this person. Are you taking spiritual advice from Lefty? Not saying that he's not. I'm just saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have our own bias. Are you taking professional advice? Are you taking this advice from this person? Shout out to him because I think he's on a sober path. He's trying to get healthy. He's trying to get better. But I give grace to ignorance. Like, motherfuckers is ignorant because they were raised that way. Wavy Carter, exactly. Facts, Rios. I'm from Central Valley, and we don't think like the LA Mexicans. What's not to dislike about wait, what are you talking about, Callie? What's to dislike though? What is there to dislike about? Yeah, I thought he's working on stuff. He's sobered up. I just saw an interview where he's sobering up and stuff. But just like even in the chat, just look at like all the difference of opinions. And that's where we stand. That's where we are in these difference of opinions. Everybody's not going to agree. Oh, talking to Ohio about Lefty. Okay. We got some real shit going on out here in this world. I could keep going. Oh, I wanted to bring this up.
My hesitancy with it is there are people online using that and
I can't even listen to that because it's going to get me hit up for music. But he asked him to say Christ is king. He's supposed to be a Christian. He won't even say Christ is king. Ted Cruz won't even say that. He said, oh, because online people will take that the wrong way and use it as hate. What? What? Like, this is the shit that's so funny to me. This is the shit. This is really the shit. But shout out to the young man for sticking up for the girls. I'm going to show you the whole video and then I'm going to show you what is funny about it.
About that later. What? sitting there fighting over your little female. You doing extra shit. You doing extra shit. Whatever. You making a scene. You don't know what's going on with me. Now you crying.
He was bothering me the whole time.
Excuse me. What you saying? What you saying about it?
Somebody gonna get somebody?
You okay?
Gracias.
Llamado al tipo este.
Sí, ahorita viene, creo que alguien lo fue a llamar.
The black dude did all that just to try to reason with the Puerto Rican dude afterwards. Then he wants to have a logical conversation. And then he tried to gaslight him too, tell him, you're not about that life. That Puerto Rican dude said, what? Then he tried to tell the Puerto Rican dude that he crying. Nah, bro, you know you lose and you didn't think it was going to play out like that. Crazy.
So what is funny about that? Like, I'm going to tell y'all. The Puerto Rican man saves Latina women being harassed by black man on the Amtrak. If you think about everything that we discussed this morning, look at the 3 different descriptions. Puerto Rican man, Latina woman, black man. Diaspora. Diaspora what? Diaspora what? Shout out to him for sticking up for the women. Young man sticks up for women being harassed. No. Puerto Rican man saves Latino women being harassed by black man. It can say black man saves Latino women being harassed by Puerto Rican man. I would look at it the same way. The titles of that shit is so funny. Like, this is why it's so important because this is how we're being identified. It's the identification. 3 people doing people. It's exactly, Callie. It's so funny. And then the brother who's laughing is like, the Puerto Rican man told the black dude, but it's just we went through a whole thing this morning about the diaspora, Afro-Latina, Latinos, Latinas, black African Americans, blacks, this and that. But it's this shit right here that is like the problematic shit. Puerto Rican man, black man, Latina women. It could be the Latina women beat Puerto Rican man saved by black man. It doesn't matter. It's just the whole thing is just. Latinos protecting Latinos. Someone buy that man a drink and some dinner. What if he was protecting black women? What if he was protecting black women? What if those Latino girls were black women he was protecting from a black man? Puerto Rican man protects black women from black man. Shout out to unity between the black and the brown. We got issues out here, man. We got real life issues that we need to talk about and discuss. But shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in here, man. Shout out to us and recognizing the separation, the divisive nature, the division, the fragmentation, your religion, your race, your color, your culture, this and that. And you're never going to get on the same page if we don't start conversating with people. Oh, why you don't want us? Why you don't want this? JB, exactly. Exactly. World Star be highlighting shit like that too. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing of ignorant ass clickbait. You know what's going to draw people's attention. Oh, I'm Puerto Rican. Oh, I'm a Latina woman. Oh, I'm a black man. It's just triggers, right? And but it forms narratives and like propaganda and programming. Like, yeah, call in. Jumpy, we'll take call-ins. Let me see. Where's my... Hold on. Let me turn on the... Hold on. Let me turn on the Bluetooth. Yeah, we'll take call-ins. Because the funny shit is like we want unity and togetherness, but the people that are making money off of our separation and our disagreements and not seeing each other as connected, and they keep pushing that shit, we'll never get together. Taking call-ins if you guys want to call. We can take call-ins. This would be the last segment. It's up there. Hey, shout out Alex. What's up, Alex? I think you got it the other way around. I think you got to put American flags and say Jewish nation. Shout out to LB's Finest, man. Going to get that good workout in, man. Go and kill that shit, dude. Oh, shit. My bad. I'm not even looking at my damn phone. Did I get it? Did I get through? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Let me see. What's going on? Hold on. It's not coming through. Hold on. Why is it not coming through? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. A bunch of you guys are calling in right now. Let me disconnect it and reconnect it. Let me see what's going on. Why it's not. Should be. Let me see. There we go. Big dog. This is the AM Wake Up Show, #1 morning show in the whole wide world. Craig, what's going down?
What's up, man? #1 show in the whole wide world. What's up, Rios? It's Jumpy, man.
What's going on,
Jumpy? I love
Jumpy?
bugging you in the mornings, man.
Hey, let me grab a water real quick, and we gonna get on this convo.
All right, bet. Yes, sir. Shout out to the chat too, man. Shout out everybody in the chat.
There we go. What's going down, man?
Not much, man. I just called in because this is a dope topic, man. And especially when you have to understand it from like different points of views. Like the older I get, the more I realize like we're all stuck in some pretty messed up algorithms when it comes to how we look and view each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like I hate to self put or place because that shit sounds corny, but like my parents are both black and they're just from different parts of the world. And there was a lot of confusion and turmoil and pain, trauma between the reckonings of both their cultures.
Yeah.
And it led to like my mom not wanting us to hang out with the Caribbean side of the family. My dad's side of the family treating us like less than or as if we were because of their religious beliefs, like dirty or cursed.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so stuff like that. And then you have to reconcile that as an adult with your own point and views raised in the West. You know what I mean? And luckily I had really dope grandparents on both sides and aunts and uncles that were, they did their best to cultivate a relationship because it wasn't culture. It was the fact that two adults couldn't get their shit together for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that bleeds out into culture, into the atmosphere of how you raise a kid. But now you got to look at that in a microcosm of where we're at in the United States. How many mixed kids are running around here that are black?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And those
Tons
are our
of them.
babies.
Tons of them.
And those are our babies. Yeah, man. And those are the ones that get exploited because of the ignorance or the loss or the misplaced ideals in their culture or identity, man. And it's like, because like the old saying always holds true. If they knew better, they do better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so like, especially now I'm 40. And so I feel fully in love with who I am, my family, my blood, my culture, my people. I see that a lot. I see that shit a lot. And it's crazy because like, I feel like if you really do know your culture, it's a fight to get there because not everybody has the same experience, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have cousins from Africa that look at the world way different than I do. So it's hard to talk about politics or religion.
But of course, because it's a completely different experience.
Right. And so we find the joys in talking about the stuff we have in common or sharing culture or even connecting the dots when we get to hang out. You know what I mean? And kind of leave the other stuff off the table because it's going to cause problems because they're old Christian. So imagine this shit, everything we do over here is wrong.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then I have Caribbean relatives that are like mad spiritual, mad Yoruban and West African cultured and very, very intellectual people, but they'll put a hex on your ass. They'll tell you they'll do it. You know what I mean? And then if you look at me, I'm gonna tell you shouldn't have fucked with them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have anything to do with culture, race, religion, politics. It's everybody should have their ability to know who they are. So that way, when it's time to get up to those polls, they can vote as an individual, you know? But that's just me rambling because I feel like if we actually got a chance to get to know our individual histories and not integrate them inside of the Western or American history, this whole place will look different.
I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to take it a step further and say, if people knew their own individual history and researched their own specific, just like me researching mine and you researching yours, we would have a better understanding of self. So we could reach out to go and research, oh, where are you from? Oh, this is what your experience is.
Right.
We don't look outside of our own experience sometimes. And we don't give recognition or validation to other people's experiences in comparison to our own. Sometimes you have to get outside your experience and look at what other people are doing and what they have done, because then you're only focused on your story. You only focused on what happened to you, and you don't have any empathy and sympathy or connection of humanity or brotherhood or sisterhood to somebody else, because you're still so focused on what you went through and not what we all went through as individuals. Like your story is just as important as mine. Mine is just as important as yours, but we have to find that value and find that understanding. And people get tired of the conversation like, oh, this conversation is happening over and over again, because the conversation doesn't actually happen. Like we don't
it's never reached. There's no finality for us.
No, we don't actually get to some conclusion or solution. It's just debate, and I don't agree with you, and you don't agree with me. Oh, you're an FBA, or you a tether, or you a blood, or you a Crip, or you a gay, or you're a Christian, and I'm a Muslim. If you look at, I keep bringing up fragmentation because I want to keep dropping that seed. Is like we're so fragmented.
Right.
We're so
You'll
fragmented.
Never be able, and then people wonder why, and that's facts. And then people wonder why there's no unity built in the middle. It's because you rather uphold the walls that kept you apart. Straight up, I know that a Jamaican man is from Jamaica is probably going to have some weird Republican views because their country
Super
was
conservative.
colonized by the
Right.
right. I know that off rip, even though he's going to be probably living the same way a liberal person is with a mom and pop shop.
Right.
And he's not even going to see his own ignorance or cognitive dissonance in that. So who you really going to argue with him?
Right. And we have to also think like people didn't come to America to join the losing team.
Facts.
Like they didn't come here to support the African American or the Black American or the FBA experience. They came to pursue riches and successes and to live a better life. They didn't say, I'm coming over here to live and fight for your struggle. That's not why they came.
In fact, there was books sent back to countries that were Caribbean, West Indian, African countries of places not to go because of the treatment of said Black people, and didn't want to get confused as one if you were traveling for work and merchant.
Right.
So let's say you got to go to the States and go through bumfuck Alabama, and you're Jamaican, and the racism you've experienced is way different than this shit.
Right.
And now they're saying, hey, be careful in that town because they will lynch you, tear your skin off.
Sundown town.
Right.
Don't stop for gas here. And it was I think it was called a Green Book.
Yes, Green Book. So imagine those books get back and you're a Caribbean who's already seen the Desi's come and try to take your shit, the Windrush, all the shit they got going on, which is different than ours. Got shit to do with us. But then you hear, what? Just because they're Black? Oh, hell no. It's going to create a fear. They're going to want to separate. It's going to create a disdain, and that is a part of the system.
Right.
And there's no conversations had in between. There's no, hey, man, this is going on, so you run. What you need to do is, if we were all out here, you know what I'm saying? Those conversations never got to happen. And even when we talk about the historical figures, every time they got together, got in the same accord, they were murdered.
Right.
Every time. And so even to stay alive, they had to stay separate just so they can survive that cycle of the system. And these are things why I tell people it's not just history, man. It's you got to trace the blood. The blood is not lied for as long as humans have existed. And there's a reason why there's blood types and phenotypes, you know?
Right.
And once you find yourself going there, you're going to realize you're worried about shades of wheat when we're talking about racial constructs. You're worried about shades of wheat, fam, and you're just a crop sharer. Real shit. And it blows my mind. Well, I'm 40, man, and I refuse to let anybody put me in the box besides, I'm Black. I lived the Black experience for 40 fucking years. My dad's from a South American country. My mom was raised Mississippi mud Black. Made it out during the Black Exodus. What are you going to tell me? I wish a nigga would call me a tether.
Right.
I put a chuck across his mouth.
Right.
And I wish one of my Caribbean relatives would talk anything about any of the niggas over here, because I wish you go to the street and tell them that, uncle.
Right.
Because the same way you would tell me, don't say nothing to that man over there in that yard, you wouldn't come over here in this street and say that. It's the same respect. But when you align yourself with white ideals or Western colonial ideals, which we're indoctrinated with, we get division and hatred of our own.
Right.
And I think we're at a space now as all of us, we got all these mixed babies walking around here, and we got the fucking audacity to still be talking about colors.
Right.
We need to be talking about how to get protections on them, and not let the word of color keep them from having protections, because it's not the same protection each complexion, and we all know that, because some's a hate crime and some's a misdemeanor.
Right. Exactly.
And they will use that against your goofy ass because you're light skinned, so I'm Sicilian. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're not, brother. No, you're not, man. And that's the conversation that we got to have, man, if we're truly going to keep the kids protected, and especially people worried about their own culture. You ain't going to have nobody to tell them if they bullying these babies out here.
Right. And somebody was like, somebody in chat, just to answer Windu, my question is, why would you still want to come to America if you know that we have a struggle here? You know the books that were being sent, the stories being told. Why did motherfuckers chase the gold rush?
There was
like
many reasons.
It's no, like, listen, like,
Yeah.
why do you think motherfuckers went over the mountains and died trying to get to California chasing the gold rush? Not everybody was going to be rich, but they were chasing a dream of becoming rich.
Right.
Chasing a
The
dream
American dream.
Man, of
They
having
sold
more.
capitalism. They said you could all get this if you get over here and work. Don't matter where you're from.
Didn't
You
tell
can ball
nobody
out.
about the gold crazies, the no stuff.
Right.
You have to do it just like, oh, if you come over here with a pickaxe, you can become rich. It's the same thing to these countries where people come here to seek a better life. You got a Latino or Latina or Spanish speakers from these countries down south. They're traveling thousands of miles through hell.
Right.
Through hell. Children dying. Moms dying to get here in pursuit of betterment of their family and their bloodline and their lineage. It's what's sold.
Man.
It's what's sold to them. You know what I mean? Like they're
And know what's the cold part too? I'm sorry to cut you off. A lot of our African cousins, Cuban cousins, Caribbean cousins came over here because they didn't want to bend the knee to the queen.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to bend the knee. They
Right.
couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They couldn't take on the queen's English. They couldn't be servants in a caste system that they never grow out of. I wouldn't do it. I won't let my kids do that. You know, so it's the even though we have the same skin, that the struggles are immensely different, but they're just as immensely hurtful.
Yeah.
Like hurtful, man. And that's why it's like I get pissed off about it, man, because I'm like, real shit. Is it race or is it the future? Is it the future or is it the babies? Is it the babies or is it the women? Because it all goes back to the same point, man. You got to protect what you need to evolve as a people, your people. You got to protect your culture, and those are all vital things to culture.
Mm-hmm.
And we skip past all that shit to talk about that nigga ain't black, he Cuban.
Yeah, that motherfucker this, motherfucker
He
that.
ain't, yeah, and vice versa. Oh, me no black, me Cubano. But don't be upset when niggas turn the other cheek, like the Bible says, the King James Version, when fucking you were up there dancing, you know, I will vote for Donald Trump, knowing what he had did to everybody's people recently.
Right.
And so then when it's your turn at bat, you got to take the same fucking walks, licks, bricks, hoses, dogs, shit that, you know, and it's not right. But that has been going on for so long, and to act like you didn't see it happen before, you'd be a fool to believe it wouldn't happen to you.
Right.
And the next one is going to be and the reason why I keep harping on this, the next one is going to be racially ambiguous.
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
Yeah.
Because they're going to try to pull them to white because they're not making babies anymore.
And look, the thing and I'm going to go to another point also, but this is what I figured out. They want these people to be having these babies so they can harvest them. Like they're like, we need more shit to harvest. We need more meat. We need more of this. We need more organs. We need more. Like we don't benefit off of a fetus. We need them to be these batteries to be grown. And then also to like Windu, the only experience in America is not the black experience.
Facts.
That's not the only experience in America. Black people ain't the only ones that picked up hammers. Black people wasn't the only ones that picked up bricks. Black people weren't the only ones murdered, killed, and struggled. I'm not saying, and I'm not comparing struggles to struggles, but our experience ain't the only experience in America.
And we'll have better weapons to fight for our experience once we acknowledge that as a monolith.
Right.
Once we all say, bet, hey, check it out. This shit's going on too. We need to sharpen our shit and move around what's going on. Because I'm sorry to cut you off, but if one thing the LGBTQ community did was study the wins and losses of every other civil rights case before they started presenting theirs.
Right. Right.
And they started stomping what they say, like they probably got like 40, 50 years of progress of anybody else done in like 20.
Right.
Because of research, data, analysis, direct attacks, knowing who your people are, knowing who the public figures, knowing who your local congressmen and senators are. They attacked them. They went in the streets, marched in their houses, put it in the newspapers, took over the magazines, and then now we're mad at it. Why aren't we doing it? You know, the video of the Puerto Rican man jumping in for the Latino ladies, and then automatically the racial divide of, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right?
just right out like the first, and that is
first thing. I would have said was, I I love to see it. That's
Right.
it.
Stepping up for our women, men
Stepping up
protecting
for
women.
Love to see it. Love to see it, because regardless of that, everybody know that there's a Latina chick smacking a black dude or a black dude smacking a Latina, vice versa, up or down, left or right, happening right now.
Right.
So now there's a color line when it comes to morals and moral high ground. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Good on the guy. You know what I'm saying? It's something that everybody should be practicing when we see a weirdo bullying girls.
100%.
You know, that was just my piece on it, man. Like, honestly, it's a good conversation because nobody's going to be 100% right. And we still got to evolve in this conversation because we're evolving as a civilization. It takes 1,000 years for a civilization to get classed. The African American, the foundational Black American, has only been free for like 500.
Right.
What are we arguing about? Let's get to work.
Let's get to
work. We got time to work.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't missed a day of my fucking Negro work yet. Refuse to. Even if it's in my little pocket, in my little bubble, I'm getting it done. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what we need to focus on as people, man. And yeah, when we see dumb shit within the culture, we should call it out. But I also think people should know when to hold them and when to fold them. You know, I've worked in Latino communities my whole mixed martial arts career. For real, it's gotten mad love. Also got called all types of niggas and shit there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Am I going to go and say I agree with the shit that's going on in the streets? No, man. Those are people, nigga. Those are moms and dads and sisters and brothers, and you probably be kicking it with them on the 4th of July or a football game or a fight event. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, man, that's what's killing the American dream.
Right.
Right there.
Right. That right there. And then like and I fuck with Windu. Like he's dope. You know what I mean? And he says some very valid points and some serious things. But like his point of, even though we are all the same people, we can't deny those people's struggles first, preparing the way for us to come to the Caribbeans and restart their life.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I get that. But we don't need to be hanging on to anybody's validation. Facts. We don't need to be hanging on to anybody's recognition. Fuck their recognition. Fuck their validation of saying, thank you for going through slavery so we can be here. What does that do for us?
Right.
If it ain't about nigga, get your ass over there and grab a brick. I don't give a fuck what you think. Grab a brick. Go build that shit. I'm gonna tell you. I don't care what your thoughts are, because whatever your thoughts are, this house needs to be built regardless.
Facts. And that shit is white aligning. If you think about it, it's white patriarchal aligning, slave master mentality. Don't forget what I did for you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that.
Don't forget what I did for you. Uncle Sam finger pointing at you every time. No, man, if you do it, you did it because you felt like it. And that's exactly what our people did.
Right.
They got tired of taking their lashes. They got tired of taking their licks, and they got up off their asses multiple times in history, not just civil rights, through civil war, through world wars, through national conflicts. They have been Black, Latino, Indigenous, Hispanic, Seminoles, the mestizos.
When was the last time? When was the last time you fought for, or you thanked another culture for what they did? Like motherfuckers ain't walking around thanking cultures. Hey, thank you for.
You feel me? Like and that's a good real shit. That's a real thing. He's right, and you're not supposed to, man. Like, keep this. Okay.
Oh shit.
I did Muay Thai for years. went to Thailand, trained with Thai coaches, love the sport, love the shit. I'm not going to do the Y crew or the ceremonial dance in the ring to seal it because I'm not Thai. That is not my culture. I'm not going to cosplay it. I respect those people. I've been to their land. I got to train with them. I learned from them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then over there, and even in the sport, loved. And LA, man, you think these white boys were from Thailand, and they bound them with the Sakyant tattoos, even speaking the language and shit. Can't fight a lick. No Bushido in their blood.
I want Windu. I want Windu to call in because the thing is, you're getting caught up on getting a cookie. You want a cookie and you want a pat on the back.
But that's what that
like.
isn't
Okay,
what
like what is that gonna do for you? Like if a motherfucker came over here and said all of the things that you want them to say, and then they didn't do shit for you. What if everybody came over and gave you your grace and respect and said, "Hey, thank you for everything you did for us. Fuck you. I'm about to build with them over here." Are you okay with them just saying thank you and then going to build with the other people? Are you more okay with them coming to build with us and saying, let's build up? Or do you want the thank you and the cookie and the pat on the back and then they say, fuck you, and then go over here and build with them? It's only so much that we need to, we don't need that shit.
I thought it was our job. I thought it was our job to tell our ancestors and elders thank you and to show them in our actions. I thought that was our job. Their descendants, man. And that's everybody's descendants' job. That's where I feel personally, it's fucked up. I don't, if a kid from whatever country comes over from the Caribbean and wants to thank my grandpa or my dad,
hey Jumbie, finish the statement.
Wild.
Let me answer this next call because this is Windu. Call back. I'm gonna tell you when to call back in.
All right, bye.
I think this is Windu. This is the AM Wake Up Show, Coffee with Rios, the #1 morning show in the whole wide world. If you guys are just tuning in, this is Society of Freedom Media Platform on YouTube. Oh shit! Dang it, he hung up. I had you, Windu. I had you. I had you on. Maybe I picked it up too late. Damn. But if we keep going over what we want from other people and the demands that we make, what position are, here we go. Hey, this is the AM Wake Up Show, Coffee with Rios, the #1 morning show in the whole wide world. Caller, where you calling from, and what's your name?
My brother, Mace Windu.
Hey, there we go. Oh, okay. I thought I missed your call. That was New Jersey. I forget. Okay, my bad. There we go. Let's go. Let's go, man.
Now, actually, again, remember I told you I stayed in California for 10 years. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
So I still kept my number. You feel me? But my thing is I'm not disagreeing with anybody, right? I feel like what you were saying, the point of what you were saying, the videos, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
right,
okay.
It's black first, right? It's black before everything, but we have these nationalities, race, and ethnicities, right, that separate us and divide us. These are borders, right, that were created not by us, right, but by other people to make sure that we stay separated, is what I was trying to say, right?
Oh, yes. No, I 100% agree with that.
So all I was elaborating on is in regards to America, right? If America, right, meaning as far as, everyone looks at America as, coming here to start a new life. And, again, our laws are different from other places in the world, right? What makes people an immigrant is that you're choosing to come here, right? And start a new life. But the reason why you're coming here is because of how the propaganda, right? The story of what you heard America was, right? America, when in its inception, was you can come here, right? People from all over the world can come here and you can benefit from what America has to offer. They didn't tell people that America was being built on the back of black people that were already here, right? So, but at the same time, there was propaganda that was created about black people, right? They're lazy, they're this, they're that, right? A lot of negative things about the ancestors that made people look down on the people that were creating the safe space for, again, people who want to come here, right? So if the New World Order was being created in the Caribbeans, like the last off, like the prior brother just said, his people are from, then guess what? If the Caribbean people there are to the forefront of that place's struggle is what is my point was, right? It's not saying that all black, like I said, go to the original point, right? But if we're going to the Caribbeans to start a new life, because the Caribbeans have New World Order, the people that created the safe space that prepared the place for us to come there, their problems are important first. Now, we all look the same. This is true. We all have the same heritage, the same background. Guess what, though? I don't speak Jamaican, right? I don't speak Trinidadian, right? But if the New World Order was in Trinidad, if it was in Jamaica, those people, they're the indigenous people to that place. They literally, and their ancestors, even though they're not here now, right? And what really was frustrating me is that, again, we're in the 2026. How dare we forget the 1600s? That's 100 years. And then the 1700s, right? So imagine how many black children, right? Imagine how many black people were being born, right? In those 1600s, the grandparents were still there. Those grandparents died. Guess what? It was the 1700s. They still were in slavery. And I'm talking about here in America. I'm not downplaying anybody's struggle in any other places that they were going through. The Caribbeans, i.e., right? The other places that the ancestors, right, black melanated people were going through. But the New World Order was in America. It wasn't at these other places. So guess what they said? I'm going to drop everything I got to do, and I'm going to come here. But they didn't tell you, and they downplayed the fact that the black people that were already here were being treated like shit. And then they made it to the point where you wanted to separate yourself. You wanted to separate yourself from the black people that were here because, again, the lies that the white people were spewing, right, that they were giving everyone around the world. Wait. Had them created.
I'm gonna stop you there because you have a point. They came here because of the lies, right? And chasing the dreams, the American dream. But don't get it twisted when I say that we here in America, even then in America, was like, say, like if I have running water and electricity, I have a job, and I have a college degree. I'm even at this point that there's people that have that are selling each other out. Then what do you think somebody who don't got running water is willing to do for the betterment of themselves?
And we don't look at the problem that we're in, right? Again, my big thing is, right, so I agree with you, right? And that's what I was trying to also say is I agree with you, right? Melanated people who come to America, your struggle is not to be diminished, belittled, it's not to be demeaned, right? But you're also added to the list. Right, there are a list of problems in America. Right?
They're added to the list, but they don't. But just because we see them as on our list, and we want them to help us in our struggle, that was not their intent of coming here.
No, we didn't ask for them to help.
But look, what I'm saying is like, our expectation of them, I feel, is off. Like we have a standard and expectation of what we want them to be and how we want them to be when they get here. Nigga, they came here on some thirsty shit anyway.
Rios, but guess what though? If we really did that, then imagine Rios.
Yeah,
and
I'm listening.
I'm so serious. My brother, if we were really like that, then we would point their ass in our communities.
Say it again. Say it one more time. If we were really like that, we would what?
When they come to our communities, because the first community they drop in is in the black communities, right? We don't tax their ass. right? Because they will also give businesses to people who are coming here from other places, right? Now, to start a business, what do you have to do, Rios? You have to go to white establishments, right? You have to pay money to white people, right? To the white government, right? You have to make sure you pay your state taxes. Immigrants do that shit with a smile, homie.
Right.
Now, guess what? If the black people, fam, again, who prepared the table for your ass to come here, right? What the Bible says, prepare the table in the presence of my enemies or whatever like that. Again, that's the reason why the FDA was created. That's why ADOS was created. These are things, real, let's be 100. How long, man, have those terms been used? In the last 10, 15 years? But it's because, and I'm telling you, Rios, I stay in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Right? I'm born and raised, Trenton, New Jersey. Again, I had also the privilege of living in California for almost 10 years, right? But again, I'm back in New Jersey, right? We don't tax, immigrants for being in the community. When new businesses come up, when the laundromats come up, we don't go there and squeeze them for the new laundromat. The Indian spot, the Jamaican spot, guess what? We go over there and support. But guess what we do? Then we turn around and we ask, hey man, back us up on reparations. Back us up on this. Back us up on that. And it's a problem. But again, never forget, the 1600s, that's 100 years. I don't think people understand that fucking concept, yo. I had a great grandmother that literally had to look at her daughter knowing that for the next 100 years she would be in slavery. And then guess what? In the next the 1700s started, the 1800s came. My peoples were still in slavery. And I'm talking about here in America, in the land of the free and the home of the brave, where they let people come here and start businesses. But guess what you had to do? Guess one thing you had to make sure you had to do? Do not fuck with them niggas that built this place for you.
Yeah.
Leave that mind state. Because again, you still melanated, right? Which is the catch-22 with your ass. What they get your ass in, right? It's the catch-22 where people start coming here and they want to separate themselves. But guess what? It's a ceiling. They sealing your ass, right? Because they never make your black ass forget that you're a black person, bruh. So again, that's the reason why, Rios, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. Again, I am a person who is a Pan-African. Again, I'm an honest, right? I honestly believe, again, the world started with a black woman and a black man. The first family was melanated. Right. So however we left here or we got there and the people, again, I can break down, again, if we were all one globe and then we broke apart, and then you got this and you got that, I can tell you how every root of every part of this continent goes back to a melanated man and a melanated woman. Right, so we all got our differences. I understand that, man, and I'm never going to downplay your different, your people's situation and your ancestors, right? Because at the end of the day, it's basically your ancestors were either there before colonization, or they were brought there by colonization, right? If you look at stuff,
go ahead. That was the super chat. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And I was just, just saying, like, it's just one of those things where we, again, nationality, ethnicity, race, religion, these are things we did not create, right? If you look at the world's history, we melanated people, man. And again, I understand you're Mexican. I understand you're Spanish. Again, if you want to buy into that nationality, if you want to buy into, you didn't come out the ground in Puerto Rico. I understand your people, you know what I'm saying? When you people say, hey, I'm Mexican. You didn't come out the ground, bro. You understand? Your peoples migrated there. And then guess what? They were reclassified. They were beat on and they were taught a new language like Spanish. They were beat on and taught a new language like English. But your ass is black.
Right.
You are melanated. You are melanated. And that's why they hate you. And if you don't buy into that, that's what differentiates. That's what separates us. If you really want to be 100, because you speak Spanish, Rios, you ain't no different from my black ass to speak English.
Yeah,
You
I
just
wish
a black person
I
that
speak
speaks Spanish.
Spanish.
No, I'm just saying,
I
but,
know.
for the heritage, you got ancestors that basically, that have Puerto Rican heritage.
Yeah.
That's literally how we need to start breaking things down. You are a melanated person with Mexican heritage. I'm from Mexico, right?
Okay,
But
so
also,
wait. Windu. So look, don't you think we should meet them where they're at? And then from where we meet them, bring them along education wise, or however you want to say it, with information and experience. Like, we have to meet them where they're at, and then not blame them for being duped or tricked by the motherfuckers that tricked us. The motherfuckers that duped us. Like, we got to understand that they are also dealing with a venomous, dirty motherfucker that would like nothing else but for them not to join us. You know what I mean? Like, we have to have grace and give them grace. Like, dude, you have no idea the confusion that these people are putting on you. Let me break it down to you. I'm not even mad at you. I'm not trying to shun you or anything, but let me tell you how you got it. You got it wrong, but I don't blame you for getting it wrong, because I understand where I'm going to meet you where you are. And I'm meeting you at desperation. I'm meeting you at desperation where you would cut your own skin off to get to a better place. Let alone acknowledge me and say, hey, join me over here for this. And they see the hardships and this and that. And like, well, they've promised me a better life. We have to understand that the opposition that they're dealing with is the same opposition that got us where we are. You know what I mean? But we didn't have us. They do have us to try to be like, no, nigga, let me wake you up. Wait. Pay attention. We can be their guidance. You know what I mean? We didn't have that. We didn't have that one that had the experience, that OG. We could call ourselves the OGs, or the brother with wisdom or experience that can help the lost ones.
I'm only 35, man, for sure. So
you know what I mean? Like, and we can be the guidance for them. Like, shit, motherfucker, I know, I get it. You lost in the sauce. And they getting over on you, and they done put you against me and me against you. But this is why. And let me break it down for you this way.
Let me help you understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because again, we are way more like our ancestors, which may go back again.
Mm-hmm.
If the inception of this is 500 years, then again, 500 years ago things wasn't the same. Right, the world was much free flowing in trade. We was able to go here, we was able to go there, and then it's almost like as you see, my name is Mace Windu, right? And if you know who Mace Windu is, he the only black Jedi. You feel me? On Star Wars, you feel me? But it's kind of like an Order 66 that they put out, man, with Palpatine, when he basically said, when they split the world and they said, we're going to create Blanco and we're going to create what's the word, Blanco, and what's this, I forget Spanish word, but if I'm not mistaken, the Spanish word for black is white and the Spanish word for white is black. You feel me? They basically put out an order, a decree, where it's like, again, imagine this, Rios, the world has been established for thousands of years, right? Remember, it was from that cold rock called Europe, right? Europe, Spain, right? So people who want to claim they're Spaniard, say they're from Spain, Spaniards.
Yeah.
Claim, then you're saying that you're European, basically, right?
Yeah.
If you want to say you're Italian, that's also in Europe.
Yeah.
Irish, same thing. We also know, the Great Britons, fam. It's one of those things where they said, guess what? And also the Catholic Church at the time basically said, we're now going to create the white and black dynamic. And it's basically the people forget. South America was the Americas, right? Were split into 3 families, right? North America, as far as Canada, went to the French. America went to the English, and the South America went to the Spaniards, right? So that's the only reason why my Spanish brothers, y'all speak Spanish, bro. That's the only reason why. To my brothers in Canada and UK, that's the only reason why y'all speak French, bro.
Right.
It's the only reason why. It's the only reason why. The only reason why we speak English. These are not our native tongues. So again, if you want to buy into what they have forced on you, just like religion. We was people talking about Christianity and things like that. We in the chat, people talking about it. If you don't believe that there are spiritual belief systems that are older than Christianity, Judaism, and Muslim, then something is wrong with you.
Well, like not only is something wrong with you, you're not even being realistic.
Deeper than that. It goes way longer than that.
Like you're literally denying history. Like it's like if you don't acknowledge that, if you don't acknowledge that, you ain't even acknowledging the books that you're talking about.
Right. And also very young. And also very, very, in regards to other spirit, again, the Yoruba, shout out to my brother who, on the line before. I'll say the Ifa, the Dogon. These are spiritual belief systems. People forget how long melanated skin has been around. We're talking about 100,000 years. We're not talking about, quote unquote, 5,000 years that, white people have been around. You know what I'm saying? Or, melanin deficient. You know what I'm saying? And that's scientific theory, fact. People can challenge me on that. For me, but white skin, as far as the race, hasn't been around as long as we have. You know what I mean? So it's just, again, man, it's whose truth do you want to believe? And I honestly, Rios, I would rather die wanting to find the truth, right? Than believe everything that they told me. Because we all know that everything that they've done since we've known them, right? And I'm talking about from the Caribbeans, I'm talking about here, to the children of diaspora, right? All over the world, Australia, we've all been affected. If you are melanin, you've been affected by them, by their mind state, by how they think, because they literally have been telling us the last 500 years what to believe in, what to dress, what the definition of beauty is. But again, you can't get rid of history. So we're on the walls. We're on even in the spiritual books that they put out, right? The Bible. I take it as a half truth. I don't take it as a full. I believe some of it, half of it, and
omniscient.
Exactly, right? And that's, you have to do that with damn near any and every religion. And I hate to say this, where again, man has touched it. Anything man has touched, I gotta take it to an extent with the let me do my research on it. Let me fill it out myself. You know what I mean? Let me come to my own assumption of what it is. Because at the end of the day, we're all just really trying to take guess. We're all taking guess. When you close your eyes in this life and you transition on to the next, we don't know what the hell is going to be next.
Yeah, and this is what I'll say is I don't think we're ever going to know the truth. That's why I think belief and faith is everything, because as much as we want, like me and you right here, just us talking, as much as we want to know the truth, we don't even have the capabilities or the assets or the things to even get behind these things locked behind golden doors. Some of them are the ones that are even the elite that are in charge are still seeking the truth. They're still trying to figure out, this is what all this shit is. Science and all that. It's just trying to break down how God did what God did, or how God does what he does. We will have to come to an understanding that it wasn't meant for us to know the truth and just be faithful in the thought that, nigga, like, we are right and we're going to be good. And as long as we good people, there's nothing they can do to stop us from being great, from being loving people. Like that is our greatest weapon, is that we can look back on our history and tell people, look at me, I'm smiling. I'm still happy. I'm still spiritually strong. I still haven't given up. That is the true weapon. That's the true tool of what they want to rip from you. They want to, how are these motherfuckers still grinding? How are they still out here being nice? Because we're God. We're godlike. We are loving. We are Jesus-like. We're godlike. We're all this.
Yes. That is a natural culture. Yes. I believe that.
And nobody can say, and nobody can look and say that they are what we are. Because can't nobody say they've been through what we've been through, and can't say that is that same experience. But also, we're not even jaded. We're still giving food to feed people. We're still giving grace. We're living like they say to live. Yeah, we have our ups and downs and make our mistakes or whatever. But if you think about what motherfuckers have been through, there's no reason that y'all would be still happy and going after it and still praying for you to do well, still praying for you to win, and still praying that y'all babies is safe. We're not monsters. That's our greatest fucking tool. They want to say, oh, we're passive. Or no, are we this? No, we're godlike. We're loving.
Right.
We're not here to be evil. That's not on us.
That is a fact, man. And that is a fact. And that's one thing I do love about, man, again, having to be in there to have these conversations. Because again, like I said, man, my Caribbean brothers, my melanated people, period, man, all around the world, man, I will never belittle or demean your struggle. What your ancestors went through is just as important. It is weight on me, just like it's weight on me far as what my ancestors went through. No, I didn't go through it, but I've sat and thought about this. You know what I mean? To actually understand what it actually, again, if you don't have, or like you said, our greatest thing is empathy, man. We know what you're going through, man. I know what it is to sit and feel and actually think, damn, that's what kind of helped me understand what it is to love myself, love my complexion, love my people, man, love my sisters. And it starts home, right? I got 4 beautiful sisters, one that transitioned, you know what I mean, to the next phase.
Sorry to hear that.
My nephews and nieces, you know what I mean? That's what I appreciate it, man. But understanding, like, the reason why I could love another black woman is because I first loved the black women in my household. Those was my first best friends. You feel me? Those was my first homies. Those were the first women I learned to love. So you can't tell me I don't know what it is a black woman don't go through. You can't tell me I don't know what it is. I have 4 different versions of it. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I know exactly what it is. You know what I mean? And that's why I choose only to deal with that, to be with a black woman. You know what I mean? And the black woman that I'm with, P.D. Rios, she's Cuban and Puerto Rican, right? And some will say, oh man, she's Spanish. But guess what? She will tell you, I'm a black woman that speaks Spanish. And her dad is black like me, right? His lineage, her heritage, she speaks Spanish. Speaks it, right? She ain't grow up here in America. Her people's, her dad was able to get an opportunity to come over here with Castro, and her mom Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again, she understands her lineage, her heritage is different from mine, being here in America, though. And we sit and have conversations about this. She went to Puerto Rico as you last year. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, go soak up your ancestors. You know what I mean? Go do that. You know what I mean? She got a sister back in Cuba and all of that. But there are differences in us being black, but yet it's still one love, man.
Absolutely.
And I will never deny her from what her heritage is and what she got going on, you know, as far as, because my peoples aren't Cuban. My peoples aren't Puerto Rican. But her people are black from Cuba, from Puerto Rico. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how, honestly, like how I look at it, Rios. You know what I mean? There is nothing wrong with it being the difference in where we came up, as far as us being melanated, enriched with this beautiful melanin skin. But at the same time, our differences, my difference don't exceed yours. But if I'm coming to your home, Rios, right, and I have a problem, but your child has a problem too, right? I'm going to understand that I'm going to wait until your child problem is going to be met first, and then I'm going to talk to you afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that.
Even though you're going to show me all the love, you're going to, hey man, my home is, mi casa, yo, su casa. You know what I'm saying? But if I have a problem, and at the same time your son runs up and says, man, I have a problem. Your daughter runs up and says they have a problem, and I'm like, guess what? Their problem exceeds mine. Not saying that you're not going to get to mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, their problem is important first.
I get it. I'm there.
This, you know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say. And again, you represent the ancestors, right? In this situation, you represent the people that the hundreds. Again, I want to repeat this because people are going to stop downplaying the hundreds of years people went through something. People already feel old in 5 years, 10 years. Imagine what 100 years are. That's the 16 to the 17. Then the 17 to the 18. There were 100 years. They didn't start letting people in from other countries until the 1900s, the 1800s, late 18s. Please do your research. And if I'm not mistaken, the only people that were allowed to also come over here were the Asian Chinese people. But again, China and Japan is a straight shot to California. So again, the gold rush that you speak of and everything, they brought their ass right across the ocean because it's closest to the West Coast. They were not allowed to, like, again, and you've seen it in the centers, right? Again, and again, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, right? My great-grandmother, you know what I mean? They, again, centers depicted it correctly. It would be one Korean, one Asian family that's living down south. It would be one or two. You feel me? Because they didn't even allow the Chinese to cross the West Coast to an extent. You know what I mean? So, and again, there were also the black people on the West Coast at the same time. And the reason why a lot of black people, I feel, on the West Coast feel disconnected from the black people down south and on the other coast is, and you can do this scientific, you can do the research, the smallest amount of the ancestors from down south when the Great Migration happened, right, and everyone was either going northeast, you were either going up north, Midwest, or you were going West Coast, the smallest amount of our ancestors went west. That's why there are more, again, black people from Mexico. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'm always gonna stand on that. That's why there are more black people from Mexico that speak Spanish in California, and that's why I think it's only like 13%, if I'm not mistaken, of the ancestors migrated and went west. Because if I'm not mistaken, the terrain, going through the mountains and everything was, harder than going through a much more forest region, with the Midwest, which, also got some fucked up terrain, but also, the East Coast, it was much easier, you know what I mean, to hide in the forest, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason why the ancestors, the least amount went west. That's it. That is literally it. Like, I don't like separating us. I do not like separating us. I do believe that there is one culture, and I mean this melanin shit when I say that. But at the same time, I would never put your problems, I'm never gonna put your problems beneath mine. But I'm also not going to downplay as if, hey, my brother, again, I do understand your problem, bro. Let me just handle mine first. Don't go nowhere. I want you to stay right there. Let's get this problem handled first.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back to it. Don't. Yeah.
No, because I'm just being honest.
No, I get it. That's it. Reminded me of my cousin. Like, nigga, don't go nowhere. You stay. I'm about to go handle this real quick. Stay right there.
We're gonna deal with anything. If we just keep adding problems onto it, okay, all right, boom. All right, so we got another problem. Okay, all right, so are we going to handle anything? Are we going to handle anything?
We have to choose.
And again, America has shown us that they will go get reparations for their people, right? And again, I go back to America has helped the Chinese get reparations. America, listen to me, y'all, and do the research. America has helped people get reparations. I'm not trying to hear that shit.
No,
so
yeah.
Guess what? They printed money out of thin air for fucking Ukraine. They printed money out of thin air for these goddamn payday loans that they got everybody caught up in. Come on, man.
Israel is the biggest welfare recipient in the whole world.
welfare assist, man.
They're the biggest government welfare assistant place in the whole world. They do not exist without assistance. They need funding. They need all that. Like, they do not exist without it. And then they will tell.
We need another 2 million. We're going to need another 2 trillion for this war. We're going to need a nigga 6 months ago. We're going to need another 3 million. We're going to need another 2 million. Like, God damn.
And then be shunning and pointing their fingers and looking down on people that receiving assistance. But your whole existence over there in that state is out of welfare. Everything, your whole beginning there is built out of welfare. Government assistance. Your whole existence of your country is based off government assistance. Tell me I'm lazy. Tell me we lazy. Wait, tell me why we don't deserve shit. Or isn't it? Your whole beginning started with government assistance. From the world. You got government assistance from the world.
The world, bro. And they mad as hell right now that the world ain't fucking with them over what's going on. So guess what Trump said? Again, how full of yourself. Also, Rios, have you ever heard of and this is another reason why, right? When I be telling you sometimes, this is why I feel like white people are evil, you know what I mean, the native. Far as because it goes back hundreds of years, right? Have you ever heard of I forget the 13th wonder or some shit that the white people basically out of Europe said that they have the God-given right to basically go take over the world and conquer other places? I forget what it was called, man. Damn, I forgot more than motherfuckers be learning, for real. But it was a decree, right, that went out, if I'm not mistaken, in the 1500s, 1400s, where they say we have the God-given right to go and take over the world.
Yeah.
And that's when they started the slaughter of mankind, right? A lot of people talk about, Hitler and all of that, but they don't talk about the stuff that happened as far as his predecessor, the King Leo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Bro, like the 15 million. You know what I mean? Like, again, and follow the money, the victory, the spoils, right? The person who usually writes the winner usually writes the history books, right? But they won't tell you how they won. They won't tell you it was with confusion and trickery. And they befriended people, they befriended nations to stab them in the back, or they underpaid them to, like, oh man, African people sold niggas in slavery. Nigga, they tricked them, nigga. They made them, and again, we also had something called indentured servitude, nigga. It was never a lifelong slavery, nigga. When your ass stay a slave, they would actually try to indoctrinate your ass into their civilization.
Right.
You're gonna take on this, you know what I mean? And then we want to add you to the tribe.
So the thing that you talk of is multiple things. It's the first one was that's coming up. Well, we all know about Manifest Destiny. We all know about that. And but before Manifest Destiny was the Caterra, the Doctrine of Discovery, which is basically giving people the right to conquer and destroy what they explore, and giving it a law that is, you are deserving of this and we are deserving of this, the right of conquest. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you go out there, and even if somebody's already there, you found it and now it's yours. The whole thing of plant your flag. Like, dude, like what? Like, who the fuck you voted that in your little place? And that's the world rule. So yeah, it's been the Inner Caterra is issued by Pope Alexander, is a key decree authorizing Spain and Portugal to colonize the Americas, convert inhabitants, and seize lands, establishing a doctrine of discovery. The European powers used to justify taking non-Christian territory.
Non-Christian territories. Ain't that something?
The Royal Proclamation of 1763, issued by King George III on October 7th, The Royal Proclamation of 1763 was a British decree establishing a boundary line, the Appalachian Mountains, prohibiting Anglo-American colonists from settling on lands west of the mountains to appease Native American allies, effectively regulating westward expansion and restricting trade after the 7-Year Wars. Let me see if this is another call.
That was 1770.
Hey, Windu, I'm gonna take this next call. I don't even know if it's a call, but let me see. All right.
Peace. That's from next time.
Peace. Have a good one, brother. Uh-oh. Hello? Uh-oh. That New Jersey number dang it. But none of this is new. None of this is a surprise. Like we talking about stuff where we say if it takes money to make money, right? We say it takes money to make money. To the victor go to spoil the spoils, right? They get to control what's written. They get to do this, like to write a decree amongst your religion to say it is our God-given right. This is the AM Wake Up Show, Coffee with Rios, #1 morning show in the whole wide world. Craig, caller, where you calling from? What's your name?
#1 morning show.
What's
This
going
Joey,
down?
man, calling in from Whittier, man.
What's up, dude?
Hey, I wanted to say too, because we were rolling in a conversation, and he said something that got me lost in thought, and I didn't get a chance to land. I firmly believe, as great grandson of children of slavery, that we owe a lot to foundational Black American achievements, discoveries, sacrifices, even down to genetics, man. Henrietta Lacks, the immortal genes, straight up, man. And that even is something that I was taught by my parentage on my father's side, with them being Caribbean, because of the lack of respect they seen for foundational Black Americas coming from the UK. It made my dad's family sick. A lot of this shit, but it was perpetuated upon them. It's what's told to them. It's just automatically, like damn near in their books, that the Western Blacks were like savages. It's the truth. They really indoctrinated our own people against us in any way they could, man, before they got a chance to come over to those ports, especially the New York ports. And you could look it up, man. It's pretty gross. That's why they had to have communication back and forth, like kind of like now with independent media. That's why newspapers were a thing, and independent newspapers and green books and postcards home. Those are all like that's imagine that being that version of social media back in the day.
Right.
And that's why grandma and grandpa hold on to those things. You guys. For real.
Yeah.
It was a trip looking
back. But the thing is like that's the longer the generation goes along, the least the connection, right? The longer we go,
right,
the less the connection is less. Even our own babies, our own people here in America don't even give thanks. They're not even held to a standard of appreciative of our elders. They don't even respect their elders that are alive right now.
Well, look at how that goes to the same play, Rios. For real, man. It goes to the same play. Look at how these kids are growing up and showing visions of their own people. Look at the shit that's blasting in their own head about what to do, what to say, how to act to their own people. I don't hear a rap song saying, go to Beverly Hills and beat up a random white kid. You know what I'm saying? And that's a bigger problem, for real, G. And it's just the same thing over and over. It's silent indoctrination and programming and self-hatred and colorism. And for real, G. And it's a subject that interests me as I get older, because I got positive love on both sides. For real. It interests me because there's sometimes I just got to sit back and be like, damn, that's crazy. Why would you say that? Why would you do that? And there's other times I'm like, man, nah, that ain't sliding, you know? And a real big eye opener for me to like pull me out of like that algorithm personally was was actually trying to go back and study history. And once I got in history, I got into a lot of theology. And then you start seeing on how like it goes into where I was going with the Inquisition, Manifest Destiny. All the people, all the melanated people, all of our melanated brothers, all of them had their own pantheons, their own belief systems, their own positive cultures and spirituality that led back to one source. And they knew that. And they know that. And the problem with that is even though the tongues were split, the spirit was the same. And they know that. And they know that. And so that's why it's going to be them dividing us against each other before they can conquer, because we're the only ones who can take each other out. They need our genes, they need our blood, they need our reproduction, they need our minds, they need our art, they need our culture to perpetuate their capitalism, which is a facade for their culture. Capitalism is American culture. Everything under capitalism is what was created by the melanated, like it or not. And so, yeah, man, it is an issue that we do need to learn about history, and as a result to everybody's cultures, because there was a reason there's temples and pyramids over the waters, man. That was so those people can commune and talk and come to agreements and understandings and go back to their own lands, you know, and that's why there was a ambiguous mixed cultures and just weird places that were just there for temples, man, and that's why they take them over and put them behind glass and steal in bars and tell you what they are, and then they demonize your culture, your spirituality, your homeland, who your leaders were. You know what I mean? That's the play, and it's wild now at 40 because I'm in a position where I have to be around the system in a microcosm and understand I'm a black man, regardless of everything I know about myself. I'm getting treated like a nigga today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know it. And I still walk my black ass up there and get my shit done, because one thing I know about being a nigga is we don't give a damn. We gonna be fly and get it done. Over with. Not gonna hold us down, not gonna bend the knee, not gonna, you know what I'm saying? They don't want that to be perpetuated to the world. That they would like them to just see us as the lazy, welfare receiving, all this BS, because the truth of the matter is the Israel has the biggest welfare receivers in the history of it.
Right.
And
do you know
they're
that we're
closer to
paying
God.
we're paying insurance to IDF soldiers?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Known that for a while. How'd that make you feel? Make you feel good? That shit made me feel good, didn't it? That shit sucks, dog.
Like we're paying
what is going on with these people?
For them to do the shit that they're doing,
and,
we're paying their medical insurance. And guess what else, y'all? They keep telling us that free healthcare and free education doesn't work. Guess where they have free healthcare and free education?
Over there.
Over there. They have free healthcare and free education that we pay for. But they say it don't work for us. It only works for them.
Know how I know they some sick motherfuckers? How you have free healthcare and your teeth look like that all the goddamn time? I'm not trying to get nobody canceled, but that's a wild concept in itself. You got free healthcare, but you're walking around with stained glass in your mouth 24/7.
Because that's just not good because getting them fixed is not good for chewing meat. They gotta have
facts. And then I was gonna speak on what Mans was saying. Melanated culture goes back so far and it's so influential. No matter what type of melanated you are, they colonized and stole your shit.
Yeah.
And then made you hate yourself for it. Straight up. And then I remember I went into this really, really messed up rabbit hole. Because I told you, Rios, working on a comic book, fell into a cool rabbit hole about the Smithsonian, the Vatican, and the world fairs and the wonders of the world and how they're related, and then how it fell into occultism.
Yeah.
Jumpy, what the fuck you talking about? Before they even got Aleister Crowley and all these weird white people started making all these weird cults and sex magic and shit, they went and burned and pillaged and destroyed cultural landmarks and sites and tribes of people who actually practiced true spirituality of these things. And then took whatever they learned and did weird shit with it. And then put the rest of it in museums. And when I found that out, it was I felt so sick to my stomach that like we've been regurgitating and paying money to things on television that are like a whitewashing of someone's actual culture that they're just shitting on 60 years, 70 years, 80 years. They've wiped out nations while our grandparents were alive, like straight up. That's why our grandparents have a hard time with Asian concepts, because like Eurasian, Arabia, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, all that was a whole different thing in the 1900s and 1800s. And you know what I'm saying? And so that's why it breeds so much ignorance when it comes up top, like my grandpa used to call every Asian person Oriental. And then I thought he was just being an asshole until I saw the books that he had in his schools. And that was the word they used to describe him. That's fucked up, man. You know, so like, yeah, there is a thing that people should look into. That's why I say everybody should look in their own trees deeply, spiritually, bloodline wise, culturally, landmark wise, where you're from, what part of where you're from, if you're truly interested, because then you might find yourself, this one guy I went to South America with, I'll never forget, he told me he feels like he's walking inside of a graveyard because this whole time he thought he was white. Yeah.
Hey, wait. Before we get out of here, I want you to talk about what just happened in Miami, man.
Ooh,
Or we can say that for another time. But
no, okay. I think it's something good to talk about. I just trying to gather the right words. Long story short, I have a guy I manage and coach. His name is Chris Taco Padilla. He's 5-0 in the UFC. I'm still going to say that because we petitioned that immediately. We take a short notice fight in the UFC. He's 4-0, undefeated kid. He goes out to Miami and fights a kid who is 3-0 in the show, and their records are crazy. His opponent's record was 11 wins, 1 loss. Taco's is 17 wins, 6 losses. So Taco's a veteran, but Taco's been on a 9-fight murder streak, finishing guys left and right, hurting guys. And so we take a short notice fight against this kid, and my kid goes out there and puts on one of the best performances in the lightweight division. And he gets cut over the eye. He does everything well. The game plan works down to a T because we knew who we were fighting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And our opponent's team is one of the best teams in the world, man. We fought MMA Lab, and we beat them. And they know we beat them. There's no argument there. On the other side, Markel Madero's, his opponent, was like, "Yeah, I lost, man." What?
That shit is so crazy.
Hold on. Let me tell him. We got ruled the winner, majority decision, which everybody knew. You saw the fight. You just watch it. Just watch the fight. And then 30 minutes, we're backstage, and next thing you know, my phone's just going crazy because I have a lot of friends who bet. A lot of my friends are like MMA guys who like to bet on the fights, like the nerds. And they're like, "What's going on? They're ruling, they're drawing. Where's my money? Where's my money?" They're going crazy on these boards and forums. They're stealing our money. What? I look online. My guy's getting stitched up from just fighting the fight of his life. And they ruled the fight a draw 30 minutes after. And that has never, you can't do that. Once the cards get called, the cards are called. The only way you overturn a card is if you go to the commission, which takes a process. It takes months. So that is just crazy. You know, I can say that. And that happening is what it does to two fighters in their prime. Now it leaves Taco 17-6-1, meaning he hasn't lost. It's a draw. So a draw is a 0 for that fight, pretty much. It's an asterisk. Even though he took the fight on short notice and fought a world ranked fighter. The world ranked fighter is now 11-1-1, which is an asterisk on his 11-1 record too. And both these guys are the top dogs of this power struggle, and it gridlocks a division. They both went home with half a check. Boys get paid well, great company, but still, damn man, that was a hell of a fight.
What does that? What does that do for like the draw? What does that do for Taco's career? Like, does it boost it? Does it hurt?
5-0. No,
okay.
I'm gonna tell you on our point of view, because just the way we've been coming and the way we always will be coming. No Diddy.
Yes, they raised his hand, and 30 minutes later came and told him it was a draw. And two judges scored it a draw, and then had him winning. Had him winning around.
Yeah,
he won around with two.
The scores. There's different scorecards. So scorecards were changed somewhere, which is crazy. And then there's tweets online from 2 days prior, guys saying that the fight was going to be ruled a majority draw because of the betting lines in Vegas.
Somebody made a shit ton of money that night too, off of like a 0.5%.
$250,000. The only person who bought 50,000 shares of a draw
won $250. And oh man, that shit is crazy as fuck.
I don't even know how that works. So I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm spitballing at the wall with you, Rios. And yeah, man, they do that. And my thing about it too, my kid fought so hard, man. He's gonna need some time to recover. His shin, his foot, shoulder, eye. And he's fighting at the like, this is the best in the world. This is the best in the world. So like, these are real damages. So that's like racing. That's like putting your car on a track. And that's what they did to it, man.
Came 30 minutes later, changed the cards, and said it was a draw. They had 2 rounds of draw, and then the 2 rounds of draw, and then Taco winning what, 28? What was the score on the third card that had Taco?
The card I saw was 29-27, 29-27, 29-27 Taco. Then I saw some 28 mixed weird nonsense that didn't even make sense mathematically because the guy lost points for poking him in the eye.
That's the other thing. And the dude lost points, and nobody had him winning a round. Nobody had him winning a round.
Not one internet site, not even a commentary, who hates us. Not even the commentary.
Not one person had the other guy winning a round, and then for them to come out with 2 draws, and then the third card to be so like, I couldn't believe that shit. I was like, this is just disgusting. And are you guys gonna run it back or no?
Shit. Both those kids are beat up, man. So I'm gonna be honest, and I'm pretty sure I can't speak for the other team. But I can say, as coaches and talking to the coaches, man, nobody wants to put their fighter through that twice and without a resolution to what's going on now.
Right.
You know, because if you just ruled out a draw
after they put it on the line like that,
and I think as big as a company it is, you could take care of those boys who are both out there fighting for their families. Markel has 2 kids.
No, and everybody had him for the fighter of the night.
Yeah.
They had Taco down as the fighter of the night. Like, dude, this shit is so fucking crazy. Like,
bro, I'm gonna tell you this, and I can say this because I'm living the experience. I am the head coach for Taco. It's legitimately, I feel like, in my opinion, with all respect, I feel like it's because of what's going on in the world and because he's a proud Black Mexican.
Right.
Who speaks Spanish, His father's Spanish from Mexico. He wears a flag. His mom
He
is
always
black
has the
from
Mexican
Africa.
flag. Always has a Mexican flag.
Yeah, and his mom is African. Shout out Miss Tree Synagogue, and he is a proper representation of both those cultures in every walk and format. I have never met a more solid human being in my life.
Such a
And
good
that's
guy.
why I train the kid so hard. Yeah, that's why I put everything I had into making sure this kid made it, you know? And here we are. And so was it a travesty? Oh, yeah. Did it deter us? Absolutely not. They can't stop him. They can't stop him.
Hey, he is
I
so
saw it
relentless.
that
Like
night.
this motherfucker is just
I
like
saw
a
it
machine.
real. Am I capping?
No.
Am I capping? They can't stop him. What
No.
what do they got? What have they cooked that can stop this home cooked meal coming out of LA?
They can't.
What
It's
have
just
they
a
been able
certain.
to?
It's a certain amount of hunger, a certain amount of love,
Bro,
a certain amount of faith and belief and family that you can concoct a mixture together where it's just a fucking dog. And
Yeah, and
then he's just a night.
this
He's
kid
a,
out.
oh man, like
And they played that kid out, and he literally out there. He's saying, "Man, the only reason I'm fighting at this level still is because I want to get my mom a big house, a nice car. She want to live in Mexico."
dude.
And he's
And
going out there
fucking
fighting
Trump
like
was there.
Conan
Like,
the Barbarian, bro. Yeah, bro. And he gave the message in Spanish so his dad could hear it because UFC Espanol was there.
look at this, you guys.
And,
This is them raising his hand. This is the win.
and that's a Gardena baby. That's a Gardena baby, man.
Winner. Look
That's
at that.
a
The
Gardena
winner.
baby.
Shout out Taco,
it went
man.
all the way. We were backstage. Yeah, we were backstage. So we're 5-0. The people know. That the city knows.
27.
And 28-28 for the winner by majority
See?
decision, Chris
Boom.
Shit is so
Boom.
fucking wicked. They robbed your boy.
Boom.
Like, dude. Like, I
Imagine living through that, bro. I saw that fight. I'm coaching this fight. That's my little brother, bro.
that shit is crazy.
What?
That's just crazy.
So we're fired up, man. But I know they can't stop them, Rios.
Go ahead.
They
I'm
can't
listening.
stop them. They don't have. They there's nothing they got going on. I truly, and listen, I can say this on the radio too, man. And the big thing that I feel they don't like about our kid is he doesn't perpetuate negative stereotypes.
And guess what else he does?
Doesn't
Puts God first.
Yeah, and smokes.
And
and
puts God
puts
first.
first.
And
Yeah,
puts God first.
yeah.
Like he's a God-fearing,
Bro.
all about his mom. All he talks about
Yo.
is he wants his mom in a better position, how much he loves his family, how much he loves God, how much he loves his
Right.
culture, his African, black, Mexican
Bro.
culture. Like all he does. It's literally all he does
Bro,
and
they
whoop
told-
ass. Like
Bro,
he's the
I've
most
Dustin Poirier.
like he's the most
Dustin
supportive
Poirier
guy.
walks up
Anybody
to him.
can get behind this kid. Like he is marketable. He has
Bro,
a following.
Dustin Poirier walks up after the fight and goes, "Hey, yo, you're my favorite fighter." He told Taco that, "You're my favorite fighter. I'm Team Taco for sure."
Dude.
Hell yeah, G. And for Taco, that's what Taco did it for. That's what he's out there for. He got a good check for his mom. He's such a humble-hearted kid, and I'm glad. And then him and Markel, after the fight, are these kids wilding out on outside doing crazy? No, man. They went up to the top of the hotel we're at, got drinks, got food, rolled up, and then just hung out, man. Because and that, man, was probably one of the dopest things I've ever seen.
Vicious.
Because both those guys were lit up, man. Both those kids were lit up. They were like, hell yeah. They felt alive. You know what I'm saying, Rios?
Right. And
Like,
you
I
know
got
what?
to
This
see
was
that.
an anticipated fight. This was an anticipated fight.
Yeah.
This was like a big dog.
This was
Like,
the best
oh
fight in
shit.
the card.
Like, this is the future. Who takes it? This is the future. And they went out there and put it on the line for that to happen. It's crazy.
And and it puts Markel too. I hate it puts Markel in a weird spot because him being 11-1-1 now, guys are gonna try to duck him.
Oh.
They're gonna try to duck him.
Yeah,
like
there's
they
no
did
reason to fight him.
Taco.
There's no reason for me to risk that.
Yeah, they just saw him go up with Taco, and they're like, "What? The dude that's been smoking us?"
Yeah.
Oh nah.
Oh, that's fucked
Now
up
they're
for
gonna
him.
be playing
Yeah.
around him.
That's messed up.
Yeah, and then Taco just had this fight, and so it puts him in real crazy territory, because that's the second 11-1 guy we came across that unbeat. That's the second one. Emmers beat the first. Shout out Jamal Emmers. Emmers beat Hyder.
Shout out to Emmers, man.
And then I told Taco, and you can ask the boys. I said, "Hey, you're next. UFC is going to send you an 11-1." He said, "Nah." I said, "No, it's algorithmic." I said, 11-1. That's the odds of this kid losing, and you're from the same team. Bet you.
Damn. When is Emmers' next fight?
We're looking right now, because same thing, kind of like a guy like Madero's. Nobody want to see Jamal. He been sleeping dudes, and he don't even talk about it. He just sleep dudes, put his glasses on, and go back to reading comic books.
And just be a cool ass motherfucker, just chilling.
Yeah, with a cardigan on. Man,
what's up with y'all, man? I'm chilling. I'm hanging. Oh, what did you just do? Oh, just destroy the motherfucker. Oh, yeah, but I'm cool.
So Emmers is taking time to. He's taking all this time to recover. He said he had like some old man rinky dink things he wanted to take care of, and he got some good money, so he's doing the Kobe treatment.
There you go.
He's and then Taco's already back in the chamber. He's in a 6 hour float chamber today, man.
Good for him. He deserves it.
Yeah, he deserves it, man. But I can tell you, Rios, because you know how much I love my guys and my team. That hurt, G.
I know it did.
That kid. Yeah, man, because I don't want to see, and personally, I love the sport. I love martial arts, but I'm not out there to see how much damage my little brother can take.
Right.
Man, so, I had to hold composure and know that this is his fight. But that was like, he took some brutal shit, man.
Yeah, walk through it, though.
And walk through it. I'm so proud of him, man. So I hope they make it right. I know the manager, shout out Dave Hirschband and MMA Gold. I know they're doing their thing in the back end. They're dope dudes. And Sean Shelby and Mick Maynard and already said that, hey, something's going to get rectified, because this is crazy.
Dude, I hope so, because he deserves it. And then to have people championing behind him and promoting him and saying, like, this dude, I like this dude. I get behind him, my favorite fighter.
Yeah.
Like, what? Come on now.
Yeah, bro. And I will say this, and if you guys just watch the kid fight, all of his fights are online on the UFC, man. You can see how he fights. I'm not hyping it up. Rios, am I hyping it up?
No.
He's really been putting guys' eyes out, choking out black belts, socking dudes out in London, like just going crazy. And he's
I saw him take that guy's heart in Vegas. Like literally took his heart.
Yeah.
Like I saw it. I saw the moment where he was like, fuck this shit, man. Like, what?
Like, this is mine. Like, give me your soul so I can have a snack.
The dude came out so confident and was fighting good, but it just got to a point where he was just like, nah, dog. Like, this ain't it for me. Like, I can't deal with this cat.
Yeah.
And he literally just took his soul and just walked him down with just brute skill and strength and determination. I was like, yeah, this dude's special.
Right.
This dude's special.
Okay. So can I tell you something before I get off this phone? Real talk, and it kind of lands into what we've been talking about in and out about culture. That's something that we learned in the gym from a traditional Thai understanding of combat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Being in the gym, being in training the way we have to train to hang with these dudes, bro, and these Thai boxers, these Muay Thai kickboxers who are so technical at breaking the body, it's almost child's play to them. That they're the nicest people, and it bleeds out into a lot of their culture in the gym, right?
Mm-hmm.
But their main thing is that we're not going to teach you if you don't take it back to your tribe and teach it right. Straight up.
Yeah, like we won't even put any energy into
right,
you.
Because in that you had to take the last name you had to take the gym name with you. So you know who taught you how to do this. That's how they did it.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I remember, and that's what I was saying earlier. When I fought, I didn't do the white crew because I knew it was disrespectful to true ties. They don't like it. They don't like it. It's like when a white dude goes to the hood with the extra clothes, doing that like, hey, brother type shit.
Yeah.
It's like that to them. It's just like that. It's plain in their face, man, because those are their actual, they don't do that as a style, or it's because of their lifestyle, the way they live. They're in the jungle. Their deities are different. The way they perceive life still to this day is different. So it's not for you to assimilate, it's for you to respect. That's it. And if you can learn something from it, take it back to your tribe. You know, so that spirit is what Taco really carries, which is wild because he is probably the best version of our fighting style that's come through our gyms. The best version of it, man. From one trainer all the way down to now. He's the best version of it. And even the OG said it. That's the future.
Damn.
That's how it's done. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I wanted from you. Right there. When he could tell me, that's what I meant. It just changed my perception of a lot of things. But it all comes to, you know, once you get out of your own experience and understand that everybody's experience is wild, but you can take some really special shit back home, man. You really can. And that's where I want to land on, man, especially with the Taco thing. That kid is in my opinion, a proud black man with Mexican heritage, living in America, and he wants everybody to know that.
Right.
And they're downing him for it.
Yeah, I dare a motherfucker to say he ain't what he is because
and they're downing him for it. Yeah.
Them elbows and just that,
man,
like,
I'm really proud of that kid. Yeah. I don't know anybody has fought like that in the last 10 years, man.
Shout out to Taco, man. Shout out to Chris Padilla, Taco, man.
Shout out Taco.
Shout out to you. Shout out to your team. Shout out to Emmers. Shout out to the young lady. Shout out to the other trainers. Shout out to y'all, man. You guys are doing great things, man. And I'm like so excited for y'all. You got my full support. You guys keep killing it. Keep doing your thing. And get over here whenever you get an opportunity to get over here, man.
I will, man. And I will say, I'll ask everybody, send your love and best wishes, good vibes to Taco, because he's going to need some real recovery for like his foot and his ankle, man. Like he tore through, he broke his body to win that fight, G. Like he broke through like Dragon Ball Z thresholds, real shit.
Dope.
Like he has microfractures, I think, and it's all throughout his shins. And that cut was gnarly. And yeah, because that cut was gnarly. And God bless that cut, man. I don't know who that chubby Irish white man was, but whatever the hell he did,
he knew what the fuck he was doing, though.
That was magic. Did you see that? It stopped bleeding.
It looked like it was a cut, but it looked like it was an old cut. By the time he was done with it, it's like, oh yeah, you'd have been at some bar fights, homie. You'd have been at some bars after our bar fights.
Hey, Rios, know how I knew he was magic? I said, where's the cut man? I turned around and I looked back and he was already working on it. I'm like,
damn.
He said, I got it. I got this shit. I said, okay, I'm coaching. I just went back to coaching and he did it, bro. No hesitation. No panic, no nothing. Money. Yeah, so shout out to that cut man. Watch that fight. And yeah, please wish Taco a speedy recovery if he can, man. He's going to need probably going to need like 4 to 5 months of just recovery, man. Isolated recovery for that leg.
Boom.
Yeah, because he out late kicked a late kicker.
Shout out to Taco, man. Blessings to him and his family.
Yeah,
blessings
man.
to you, man. He's
brother.
in our prayers, and we want nothing
man.
but the best for him. Have a good one, Jumpy. I'm about to get out of here. This has been 4.5 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'll holler at you, brother.
All right, man. Hey, man, I'm out of here. Shout out to y'all, man. This was a lot longer than I expected. We just chopping it up, just doing us, man. You guys go out there, be great. Go be a blessing for somebody out there. Be honest, be real, be truthful, be good, be great, be positive. Keep your eyes open, keep your head on a swivel. There's a lot of things to think about, nothing to worry about. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. In Jesus Christ's name, we pray, amen. blessings to everybody, man. I'm happy. I'm thankful. About to get out of here. I might get back on here later. I think I have luck coming over. But yeah, shout out to y'all, man. It's all love all the time. Boom.
Ghetto cafe in the building, steam rising from the stove. We switching lanes, they don't want it, they just pose for the smoke. If it's about that coffee, we got the roast and the toast. Shots fired from the French press, let it drip slow and boast. Mornings on the west, sun low, but the grind stay woke. Ghetto cafe, steam in the breeze. Cruising through dreams with a mug and some peace. No drama, just cream, we deliver with ease. On the coast where the light never leaves. Coffee with Rios, pour it up slow. Steam in the city while the sun lay low. Coffee with Rios.